What if digital could help your organization change the world for the better? Better technologies, better experiences, better tomorrows. We're Publicis Sapient, a global digital business transformation partner, helping organizations improve lives through digital, elevating experiences, optimizing data, and reinventing products, all to create a better tomorrow for who matters most. Everyone. Publicis Sapient. What if digital could help your organization change the world for the better? Better technologies, better experiences, better tomorrows. We're Publicis Sapient, a global digital business transformation partner, helping organizations improve lives through digital, elevating experiences, optimizing data, and reinventing products, all to create a better tomorrow for who matters most. Everyone.
Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to everyone tuned in today. Welcome to the pre event virtual meetup of Jsconf India, sponsored by Publicis Sapient and EPAM. I am Pratim Bhosle, and I'm going to be your host for today. Whether you're sipping your late night coffee in San Francisco or having your morning tea in Amsterdam, JSConf is thrilled to be bridging the time zones and geographical barriers to bring together an eclectic group of JavaScript enthusiasts. JavaScript was introduced in the mid 90s, and since then, JavaScript has been the main character of a lot of big companies, products, controversies, and memes. I'm pretty sure everyone has seen these memes at some point of their life. Before introducing our excellent speakers, I want to thank our sponsors for having us make JSConf India a reality. Publicis Sapient is our diversity sponsor, a global giant in the digital transformation and consulting domain. We also have EPAM, Storyblock, DeepGram as our glorious gold sponsors. A big shout out to our gold sponsor, EPAM India. Thank you for supporting the vision of JavaScript Conference. Folks, if you want to be a part of the awesome team at EPAM India, check out their open opportunities. Storyblock is a content management system that empowers developers and marketers to create better content experiences across any digital channel. And DeepGram is a foundational AI company on a mission to understand human language. They give developers the access to the most advanced speech AI transcriptions with just an API call. We are now going to move towards the talks for today. First up, we have Daniel Afonso with us. Daniel is a published author and an international speaker. Daniel is also a developer advocate for OLX and an Auth0 ambassador. Next, we have the community's favorite, Phil Nash. Phil is a developer evangelist. You can find Phil code almost everywhere, in front of a live audience, in person, on Twitter, in his blogs, and many more places. We also have Rajesh Kumar joining us today. Rajesh is a front end engineer, mentor, and speaker. He loves talking about the web and exploring new technologies. Our next speaker is a 15-time global hackathon winner, currently interning at Push Protocol. Satyam Singh is a developer and a serial builder. Following Satyam, we have Hanuma Pedaprolu from EPAM Systems. Hanuma is a solutions architect who is proficient in several programming languages, including JavaScript, C Sharp, and Java. We also have Josh Goldberg giving us a final talk. Josh is an author, speaker, open source maintainer on projects in the TypeScript ecosystem. So let us finally start with today's first talk by our birthday boy, Daniel Afonso. Hey, Daniel, happy birthday. How are you today?
Yeah, well, thank you so much for having me. It's a pleasure to be here on this day as well. Makes it even more special for me, so thank you for having me.
The stage is all yours, Daniel. Please go ahead with your talk.
Yeah, I'll be sharing my screen. Okay, so let me see. Okay, so you should be seeing my slides now. Let me just put my stuff ready. Okay, so thank you so much for having me today. It's a pleasure to be here speaking to all of you in this pre-event today. Unfortunately, I won't be able to join you all on June 2nd, but still, I'm still um, fully super excited for the event and hope that you all have fun there and all still have fun today. So today I'm here to talk to you all about state. And state is the heart of your applications. Really, I challenge you to try to build any application nowadays without state. Well, you could for a bit, but then probably you would end up like probably starting ripping your hairs and being in panic because well you'd think why would you do that? Because like I said, state is the art of the application. It's the thing that moves everything inside of it. And this is why state management became so essential to our applications nowadays. Really, just look at all the state management solutions that exist to manage it. And these are just some examples of the hundreds of thousands of ones that exist. Now, I would like to ask you a question and something to reflect on, which is what is state? What's really state? Because State is often defined as a mutable data source that can be used to store data relevant to your application. And this data can change over the time and is used to determine how your component renders. In the React ecosystem, there are kind of several ways to handle state natively. Throughout this presentation, just an FYI, I'll be showing a bunch of examples, mostly in React, but don't worry about it because some of the concepts will be transmissible when we'll work on other frameworks and libraries. So just a heads up. And like I said, in the React ecosystem, there are several ways to handle state natively. We have useState and we have useReducer. And they work pretty well to manage state in your own components. But then there was a time that we kind of started needing to share state between multiple components. And this is when context hit the frame. And yeah, it worked pretty well. But thanks to the way that context works and the way that we were not prepared to use it, I would say, we ended up having unrelated logic grouped together in pretty much the same context. And this kind of led to a huge amount of unnecessary re-renders in our components and our applications. And this is, once again, when we started resorting to external libraries. Heck, some of us even kind of skipped the native solution and went straight to Redux because that's what seemed everyone else was using. And at the end of the day, there are a million ways of how we can manage our shared states. Really, try to get a bunch of React developers together in the same room, and I guarantee you that probably after they wrap server components and a bunch of other discussions, the discussion will eventually turn into which state management library it's better. And at the end of the day, it kind of just it relates to a personal preference. It relates to something that it depends on you, it depends on your team, it depends on your context, because each one of these solutions have different ways to be used. But at the end of the day, they all exist to do something, which is give us a way to manage our shared state. And this is the state that is shared by all of our components. And often this state is known as global state. Now, there's an issue with global state, which is kind of what prompted me to do this presentation, because global state is a container. And as a container, it means that it can encapsulate several types of state, and each one of them has different needs and challenges. And each one of these different needs and challenges should be handled by their own specific tools. And this is the part that I want you to turn your attention now, because I would really like to stop discussing which state management library is better for a while and look at our code. Because, like I said, global state is a container, and this container can be split into client and server state. And because we have not been paying attention to the right discussion so far, we might be misusing our tools and wasting our own time. So, welcome to my presentation called You Don't Know Server State Yet. I'm Daniel Afonso. I'm the person on the left on this photo. If you didn't recognize me, the other one is my junior developer who's up there, always supporting me and acting as my rubber duck. I'm a developer advocate at OLX. I'm an Agad.io instructor, Auth0 ambassador, and the author of the just released book, State Management with React Query, which might have something related with stuff that we'll be seeing in this presentation. Speaking of which, giveaway time. Throughout this presentation, you can all go to this QR code that you see here. Feel free to scan it, add your name and your email, and after the talk ends, I'll be doing a giveaway of a digital copy of my book to 5 lucky people. Then I'll be announcing the winners on my Twitter profile, which you can see here at Daniel JC Afonso. So I'll give you just a couple more seconds so that you can scan it, and then we'll continue with the presentation. Okay, I'll show the QR code a bit later, so don't worry if you didn't got time to do it now. So let's focus on splitting states, because this is what we need to do. Like I said, global state is a container, and this container encapsulates client state and server state. And what many of us have been doing so far has been handling global state as one and kind of forgetting about each one of these individually. Because when we have Redux, Zustem, whatever in our applications, many of us kind of just have everything inside of it and don't know how to handle it differently, because both client state and server state have different challenges and they represent different things. Now, some of you might be wondering, okay, but what's client state? What's server state? Well, let's start with the client state, just so we can wrap this part up. Client state is a state that is local, so it means that it only exists in your application right now. Therefore, it means that it's probably synchronous. So it means that you don't need to wait to get it. Probably you access it by accessing a variable or calling a getter in your code. So you don't have to wait to get this data. Therefore, it also might be temporary. So what this means is probably if you refresh your page, this state is going to end up disappearing. And this is client state. This is, let's picture an example that might be. So imagine that we have a theme changer on our application. This might be an example of client state. Now, this state is handled in a different way than server state, because server state has different challenges and represents a completely different thing, because server state is actually persisted remotely. So this is a state that exists somewhere over the internet. Somewhere out there, there's a database where we have our data, and this is where this state exists. So if this state is persisted remotely, then probably it means that it's asynchronous. So we probably need to wait to get this data. Probably we're going to have to do a data fetch request or ask for this data somewhere on the internet. And considering all of these things, then there's probably no guarantee that this state is up to date. So what I mean by this is, if it exists on the internet, you get the data for you, but there's no guarantee that somewhere throughout this world someone else hasn't done any changes on this data after you got it. So there's no guarantees that the state that you're showing to your user right now is actually up to date. And this kind of gets a bunch of other challenges that we have to deal when dealing with this type of state, because the first thing that probably pops to mind when dealing with data fetching and all these types of things is caching. So we don't want to be always doing the same request to get the data, or we want to make sure that we kind of reduce the amount of times that we get the data, ask for the data on our client side, just to save them a bit of, give them a bit of a break. Then speaking of this part, there's also the duping requests. So there's going to be eventual scenarios that this data set might be needed, for instance, as in 3 components of your code. So when we are deduping requests, or if deduping requests didn't exist, what would happen is each one of these 3 components would do their own individual request to the internet to get this data. When we are deduping requests, only one of these requests is going to end up going out there, and once it gets back the data, it feeds it to all these 3 sources, and therefore avoiding having duplicated requests. One thing that I mentioned previously is that there's no guarantees that this data is updated. So we have to make sure that there's a way that we can manage outdated data, being by invalidating data, by manually refreshing, by doing automatic refetching, and a bunch of other stuff. Then we get to some patterns that often are related with this type of challenge, which is optimistic updates. So for those of you who are not aware with what optimistic updates is, I want you to think it of this way. So imagine that you have a UI where you're showing data to your user, and somewhere your user is going to want to update this data. So an optimistic update is whilst the data update is going out there into the internet to be committed to a server, you as a developer in this scenario, your page is already showing the updated data to your user even before the data is updated to the server. So pretty much we are optimistic that this data is going to be committed, it's going to be end up in the server, so we can already give a better user experience to your app users by giving them a view of how their app will look after they did an update. And this is a pattern that's usually very tricky to manage. And then we have a bunch of other challenges, like managing paginated data, implementing infinite scrolling, and doing lazy loading. And these are just some of the challenges that server state brings into your application. And now, for those of you that are only using Redux to manage all the state and have a bunch of fetch and Axios stuff out there, think about having to implement stuff to manage all of these things. Really, think about that for a bit. You have to build code for caching, deduping requests, paginating update data, optimistic updates, supporting paginated data, infinite scrolling, lazy loading. Really, think about the amount of months that would take you to do this, and the amount of code lines that would take you. Yeah, this would probably be my reaction too. I just want to throw my laptop away and see, okay, I don't want to do this anymore, because probably you ended up like a pull request with 20 or 30,000 changes just to implement all of these things. And because here's the thing, we need to, like I said, split our client state and our server state and have it being managed differently. Whilst we can have Redux, MobX, Zustand, and pretty much other state management solution to manage your client state, we need something different to handle our server state. We want to avoid having to maintain and add code all these things by ourselves. Because remember, every time you have to implement something new by yourself, you're going to have wasting more of your development time, taking more time to have your product delivered and shipped to your users, and be responsible for fixing all the bugs and stuff that came from it. And with server state, it's so easy to commit these issues. And this is why we need to split them, have something new to manage server state. And this is where TanStack query comes into the mix. Now, TanStack query, or as it was called before V4, React query, is a protocol agnostic collection of hooks for fetching, caching, and updating the server state. Now, I introduced it as TanStack query. Now I mention React query because, like I said, this project started as React query around 3 or 4 years ago, and then since its version 4, it was merged into the set of libraries called TanStack, which is a collection of software built by the creator of React query, Tanner Winsley, therefore TanStack. And since recent years, now it works on React, on Solid, on Vue, and on Svelte. So therefore, if you hear now the name TanStack query, it's probably referring to each one of these sets. If you hear someone say React query, don't worry, it's still an acceptable answer because I asked Tanner. Pretty much, if someone says React query, what you have to think is, okay, I'm talking about the React adapter of TanStack query. So there's nothing wrong with still saying React query. Throughout this presentation, I'll probably mix the terms, but all the examples that you'll be seeing are for React query, but they still work in Solid, in Vue, and Svelte. You just need to do some small changes because hopefully I'll teach you the mental models and the fundamentals that you need to understand this and how they handle your server state. So there are only two fundamentals that you need to grasp to handle TanStack query. The first one are queries, and the second one are modifications. So the queries, I want you to think as the thing that is responsible for going out there on the internet and getting your data. So queries are responsible for fetching your data somewhere over the internet. Then pretty much that's it. Think of queries as getters. Now, on the other side, if you can get your data, you're probably going to want to update it or create it or delete it. And this is where mutations come into the mix. Whilst queries are there to get your data, mutations are there to change it, create it, or delete it. So whenever you do a mutation, the mutation goes out there over the internet, finds your server and says, hey, I would like you to create this data, or I would like you to delete this data, and so on. And yeah, that's pretty much the fundamentals that you need to understand TanStack query. So now let's get a bit into some React query examples and see how these things translate into code. So starting with queries, there's a hook called useQuery in React and in Vue, if I'm not wrong. And in Solid and in Svelte, it's called createQuery. But the process is pretty much the same. Each one of these instances requires two things, a query key and a query function. And starting with the later one, which is the query function is a function that's protocol agnostic, that as long as it returns a promise, it should work, and it's responsible for getting your data. And what I mean by this, it means that as long as you use as something that returns a promise, it means that you can use GraphQL, means that you can use REST. Heck, if you want, you can even use SOAP if people still use SOAP out there. As long as it's a function that returns a promise, it will work. And this is the exciting thing about React query, TanStack query, whatever, is that if you have a shared code base or a code base that kind of ends up using both, you can use it. And yeah, going back, query function is responsible to be the function to get this data. On the other side, you have your query key. The query key is responsible for identifying the data that is returned from your query function in the cache. So what this means is that automatically, every time you do a data fetch and a data request, this data is going to be cached automatically. And this is actually something that React Query brings out of the box. And this was probably one of the things that first caught my eye when thinking about this, because I remember that when we started working with TanStack query, React query at the time, we were trying to implement caching by ourselves. And after having a bunch of discussions, a bunch of patterns, when we found this library, it was pretty much, okay, wow, this is caching automatically. I don't have to worry about it. Really, just think about the power of, with 4 lines of code, you have caching automatic. Like, amazing. And yeah, these are 2 things that are mandatory. You always have to have your query key and your query function. Just something to be aware, query keys need to be arrays. Now, you might be thinking, some of you that probably are using already React query or TanStack query in your code, wait, but I have it and it's not arrays. Well, since V4, they become strongly recommended to be arrays, and after of the version that currently is in alpha, which is V5, it's going to be mandatory. So if you don't have them as arrays, then I have a suggestion: add a ticket to start doing the migration. And I would like you to treat query keys as a dependency array. What I mean by this is you should have all the variables in it that your query depends upon. Because if we look at the second example that we have here, as you can see, we are passing a string user, which is a query identifier, like I like to call it. And then we have page and filters. And on this line of code that you can see here, it's pretty much the way that we implement pagination with the React query. Because page and filters are dependencies of my query, and then I need them to be able to get my data, because I'm probably going to get the page 1 or page 2 or whatever. So my recommendation for you is treat query keys as dependencies array, because they are the things that better identify your query in the query cache. An example of a query function. I know this code is very big, but I'll wrap it up very quickly. So in the beginning, in the first 10 lines, we have our GraphQL query. And then on the other ones, we have our query function, which it's called fetch is GQL. And it's pretty much responsible for doing our query. So this is the GraphQL code for executing a query. And then all we have to do is pass our fetch GQL function to our useQuery hook. And whenever this hook mounts, or whenever this hook is called by a component, then this data is going to be fetched automatically and cached in this scenario underneath posts. And yeah, that's pretty much all that you need to know about queries. Just one extra thing, and just to also show you an example of this working with REST. Here we have an example where we have our query key, which is an array. On the first element, we have an object with our query identifier and our API name. And this is a pattern that I like to apply because it fully shows why we should treat this stuff as our dependencies of our query. Because if we look at the code right now on line 1, you can see that we have access to our query key. This means that you can, by something that the query function has, which is called the query function context, you can have access to your query key. And because of that, as you can see on line 2, we have access to our API name. And because we have access to our API name, which we can see here on line 2, we can customize the endpoint that we are going to be getting our data from. And therefore, we can do data fetch, data request to different endpoints at different times. And that's it. That's pretty much all that you need to know to have out of the box right now caching and data fetching without many lines of code. Before we go to mutations, I just want to give you 2 options that you should be aware of, and I just want to try to clear the doubts in some people's minds when talking about React query. So the first one is cache time, which after V5 is going to be renamed as GC time, and then we have stale time. So these are 2 different options that you can pass along your query function and your query key to customize how React query takes care of your data. So for the cache time, there's one consideration, because many times, and this is why has been renamed in V5, many times people assume that cache time is the amount of time that your data will be cached, which is not right. Partially, because cache time is the duration in milliseconds until an inactive query data is garbage collected. So what does this mean? It means that whenever you set a cache time, for instance, of 60 milliseconds, what will happen is after that query is no longer being used. So imagine that the component that's using it is no longer rendering. That query will become inactive because no one else is using it. So only after this time that the cache time will kick in and tell React query, hey, look, after 1 minute, this data is going to be garbage collected. And that's pretty much the entire model that you need to know for cache time. And this is why it has been renamed GC time in V5. Therefore, mentioning garbage collection time. And yeah, that's pretty much all that you know regarding this option. Regarding stale time, it's a different thing. So stale time is a duration until a query data is no longer considered fresh. And this all goes back to the managing outdated data that I mentioned. So after you do a data fetch request, like I said, from the second that you get that data, it might no longer be fresh. So still time is there, so that allows you to tell React Query, hey, look, during this time that I'm telling you, after you get this data is going to be considered fresh. So imagine that you have a 60 milliseconds stale time. It means that after you just got that data from the internet and brought it back to your cache, it will be considered fresh during 60 milliseconds. After that part is going to be considered stale. And yeah, just some option of the many others that you can use to customize your use query hook. Going into the mutations part, that's just one example because that's pretty much kind of the gist of mutations. On the beginning, first 3 lines, we have a create user function, and this will be our mutation function, the function that's responsible for doing our mutation. In this scenario, we are doing pretty much a post request to our name API with our user data. Then we have our use mutation hook, which on this scenario only needs the mutation function. That it's not required to have a mutation key, even though you can use it to do a couple of fun things in V5, even though right now it's still not, I haven't found the issue to a scenario where it can be useful, but in V5 it's going to allow you to do some very cool things, especially regarding optimistic updates. But this is me rambling, sorry. We destructure the mutate function, and this function can be called whenever we want to do a mutation. For instance, when a query executes automatically, mutations only execute whenever you want it. So now I would like you to show you some code and a small example. But before, like I said at the beginning, just a reminder that we're still going to have a giveaway for 5 copies of my book, State Management with React Query, when we'll see a bunch of stuff that all the things that we've seen here and many others, like integrating React Query with Remix, Next.js, a bunch of testing patterns. Hopefully, I have time to show you some examples, but yeah, you can still apply. And after the talk, I'll be doing the giveaway and announcing the winners on my Twitter account. Okay, so let me find the code. Let me just stop sharing for a bit here. So here we have this application that you should be seeing. Let me just zoom in because it's very small. So this is a note-taking application where you can only add notes. You cannot remove them. And here, pretty much, if I refresh, you can see that there was a fetching data indicator. We have an input box where you can add hello, a toNote. When you add it, the data was sent, there was an update, and now the data is being shown to the user. So how does this work with React Query? Let's see the code. Okay, so here we have our demo component. Let me just take this out of the way so you don't need to look at here. So this component is doing a couple of things. Before we go into the code part, let's just see what we are handling, what we already saw. So here we have a div where that whenever we are fetching is fetching data. After we got our data, we can just show our data that we need. And this is pretty much the part of displaying the data of the nodes. And then we have a form where we have an input that after this input is submitted, whenever we click on submit, we're going to want to send the data that we have here. So pretty much what we have here is a use state just to keep track of our nodes, and we'll see the rest of the code. So coming back up, here we have a const called APIA, which pretty much is the route that we want to use to submit our data to and to fetch it. And then here we have a fetch data, which is going to be our query function that, like you saw previously, we have access to our query key in our query function context. And from it, we get our API name, which is going to be customized so that we can fetch our data from whatever route we want. And the reason why I like this pattern is it kind of just doesn't tie your endpoint, your function with a specific endpoint. In this scenario, you can just, as long as it's going to be going to this endpoint, you can customize the route that you want in your query key. So this is one of the real cool things why I like this pattern. And then we have a create node function. This function is pretty much a function that is going to receive a note, and then is going to trigger a post to an endpoint just to send the note there. Going into our code, here we have something. Let me just hide this first. Here we have a useQuery function, which has a query key, query identifier API, and API name A. So this means that whenever we call this fetch data query function, like I said, we're going to send that this const and this as this API name. So this means that when this component renders, we're going to be triggering a data fetch request to that endpoint to get our data. So once we get our data, React Query caches it, makes it accessible over the data, and then we can show it. There's also this isFetching indicator, which is a fetch status, which allows you to have access to the current status of your query function. So whilst your query function is fetching some data, this isFetching will be is true. So you can have some state indicators. Now, looking at our mutation, it's pretty much our mutation function, create note, and a mutate function, which will receive a note and pretty much trigger your post to change your data. And that's pretty much it. But I don't know if you saw something in the code, which is, look at here whilst I add a new note. Showed fetching data. So there was a loading indicator for a while there. And this is kind of the managing outdated data section. What's happening here is I'm telling React Query that after I do a mutation, I want you to update my query data. So how does this work? I have access to something which is called the query client. So the query client is something that we need to create and pass it to a provider whenever and wrap all our code that wants to use React Query in our application. So I would like you to think as the query client as the React Query heart. It's where the cache sits and a bunch of other utils that you can use. And because I have access to my query client, I can do something in here. So I'm customizing my use mutation hook to tell him, hey, look, on success, I want you to do something. In this scenario, what I want you to do is go into your query client, go into your cache, and invalidate the query that has the following query key. And as you can see, as I'm highlighting this, it highlights the query up there. So what's happening here is I'm telling React Query, after the mutation, I want you to update this data and refetch the data automatically. And yeah, that's pretty much the magic that it does. It manages outdated data automatically for you, which is super cool. As you can see, just on this example, we see data fetching, mutations, caching, managing outdated data. And probably something I'm forgetting as well, because there's a lot of patterns and things that you can use with React Query. If you check this repository, which I can share after you, this is the repository of the code of the book that I'm giving away. It has a bunch of these patterns. As you can see, you can build infinite queries with the infinite query hook. You can build multiple queries. There's several ways of doing mutations, optimistic updates, paginated queries, and something very cool as well. It works with Next, it works with Remix. There's a bunch of patterns that you can apply out there. So for the sake of time, and now as I'm just wrapping up, let's go back to the slides. And as you can see, there are a bunch of stuff that you can do with React Query. And just from some of these examples, we saw, let me see, the clicker's not working. Okay, it's back. We saw caching, we saw deduping. We didn't see deduping requests, but it kind of just works because useQuery takes care of it. We didn't see paginated data, but I showed that there was an example there. We saw managing updated data. You saw that there exists a way to do optimistic updates. There's a way to do infinite scrolling. There's a way to do lazing load. And there's a way to do stuff that we didn't even talk about, like scroll restoration, offline support, and data prefetching, and many others. And that's the thing with server state. Server state has so many challenges. And when you start confusing it with client state and try to take care of all these instances of your code like they are the same things, you're soon going to find yourself in a bunch of issues. So think about it. Look at your code, look at your client state, look at your server state, see how you should split them, and give TanStack really a shot. Like I said, it kind of just changes the way that I handle state, and especially server state. So hopefully by now you know a bit more about server state. Thank you so much for having me. It has been a pleasure to be here on this special day, especially for me. You can scan this QR code where it has a bunch of my common links, and my Twitter account, my LinkedIn page, the Amazon page for my book. And like I said, I'll be announcing the giveaway winners at my Twitter profile at Afonso in a bit. So once again, thank you so much for being here, for watching this talk, and for having me. And I wish you all the rest of an amazing day.
Thank you so much, Janil. It was an amazing talk. Next up, we have Phil Nash, and I'm pretty excited to have him on board today. Hi, Phil. How are you?
Hello, I'm good, thank you. How are you doing?
I'm doing good. And before we get started with your talk, I have a question for you. Do you have any sort of a pre-talk routine that you follow? To give you an example about what I mean by a pre-talk routine is
Mm.
a very famous cricketer in India named Zahir Khan. Before playing his match, he will always carry a yellow color handkerchief because he believes that whenever he carries that handkerchief, he's gonna definitely take some wickets and gonna help win the match. So similarly, do you have any routine before you go on your talk?
No routine as such. I think I mostly just pace around worrying about the next words I'm going to say. And then you get on stage or you get on camera and you have to stop the pacing and just be ready. That's about all I do. Nothing I think about, I'm afraid.
Well, I think then it's all your charm, Phil, that's working. But yeah,
Hopefully
the
it
stage is
works.
all yours, and we're excited for your talk ahead.
Thank you so much. All right, what's up, everybody? I've got my slides on screen. That's excellent. It is great to be here at this online version pre-Jsconf India meetup. It is great to be here with you. I do want to shout out that I have the chat window, if you're watching on YouTube, over to my right-hand side here. So if you want to give us a shout out there, I can see you, and I love having kind of an interactive talk if we can ever manage that. So hello. Of course, there's a bit of delay on it, so if I don't see the message straight away, don't worry about it. Today we're going to talk a little bit about passwords. But first of all, my name is Phil Nash. I am a developer advocate at a company called Sonar. Sonar, if you don't know, does static analysis tools for your applications to help you write clean code, clean, maintainable, and secure code. We have SonarCube and SonarCloud, which are the either self-hosted or cloud-hosted version of the analysis service, and SonarLint, which is a free in IDE linter that you can use to check your code as you're writing it. I can see people shouting, people shouting on the chat now. Hello to everyone. It's great to see you all. About a little bit about me though. Yeah, I'm here in Melbourne, Australia. So it's now gone 8 o'clock at night. It's 8:20 at night. I am almost done for the day, but very happy to be a part of this. If you ever want to find me online, you can find me at Phil Nash, effectively everywhere. That's on Twitter, Phil Nash at mastodon.social if you're on there, or just drop me a line on LinkedIn, or hit my website. I have it's my favorite domain in the world because it's just my name, and I'm very happy about that. Cool. So let's get on with this talk. Passwords. I want to talk about passwords so that we can get rid of them, right? I hope you agree with me that passwords are terrible. Just a horrible thing that we had to invent at one point because we had nothing better. But we are moving to a world in which that is no longer the case. We are going to get rid of them. And so let me tell you why they're terrible. I'm going to start with some statistics first. This was some answers from a survey that Google did back in December 2018, where they asked a few questions about passwords. But one of them was, how often do you reuse passwords? Now, again, you can shout out in the chat if which of these things you fall into. Is it some of the time, all the time, or never? In blue there, 52% of people said that they reuse passwords some of the time. And that's a bad start because any kind of reuse of passwords makes your account, you know, a potentially at risk. Not quite as at risk as if you're the 13% of people who reuse their passwords all of the time. I like those people. They're very bold. They're just, I have one password, a single thing I need to remember, and that's all I need in order to log into every single one of my accounts. Or, you know, maybe they only have like 3 accounts on the internet. I don't know. The good section on this, and I hope that that's where you lie as well, is the people who say they never reuse their passwords. They always use a unique password for every application. And I just saw Piyush in chat say, never reuse, never remember. Yeah, absolutely. Password managers are, in fact, the answer here, probably, right? But never reusing passwords is great. That same, all of the time, don't do it. That same survey actually asked the question, do you use a password manager? And the answer to that, 24% of people said that they use a password manager. And that got me thinking, a little bit worried, honestly, about that 35% of people that say that they never reuse passwords, because that's like a 11% gap there of people with either an incredible memory who have a unique password for every application and they just remember them all, or I don't know, like a bunch of sticky notes across their monitor. It could have been anything. So I have to say, for any of you saying all of the time, get yourself a password manager. This is the way to fix this for yourself right now. Go use a password manager to make unique passwords for every application. Be part of this 24%. In fact, let's bring this 24% up now. Speaking of passwords and passwords people reuse, I hope it's NordPass, which is a password manager, released a top 10 passwords of 2022 at the end of last year, and it has all my favorite passwords on there. None of which are actually my password at home, of course. It's good to see the password hitting in at number 1. Absolutely well done to password there, and 123456, which is a hot favorite normally, in at number 2. I hope again that none of you are seeing your passwords as part of this list. And if you are, you should probably stop listening to me now and go change it. So our users are either reusing their passwords, some or all of the time. Some of them aren't. Some of them are using password managers. Some of them are using the worst passwords in the world. But some people, may pick good passwords. And then it turns out that websites and applications around the world just leak those passwords onto the internet. There is a service out there called haveibeenpwned.com. It's run by Troy Hunt, who's also in Australia, actually, which has gathered all of the or as many password breaches and data breaches that have happened on the internet over the years. And you can pop your email address into the submit box there on haveibeenpwned.com, and it will tell you exactly how many breaches your data has been in and how many times your passwords have been leaked. And it's quite horrifying. And so what happens is, if you do reuse any of those passwords, those breaches are out there on the internet. And if you have reused your password somewhere else, then attackers can quite easily take that data, apply it to other websites, and effectively log in as you. I can talk about this because it's happened to me in the past. I lost access to my Spotify account and a Skype account at one point, though I managed to get them back. It certainly taught me a lesson about that. Oh dear. So passwords are terrible, right? People are reusing them, people are using bad passwords, and other websites are leaking those passwords onto the internet for everyone to see. Bad times. So we have to make it better. We have to make it better, and we can. As developers, we can help our users and even ourselves by building better things. But of course, this comes with a bunch of trade-offs. There's always trade-offs in terms of things online and the amount of work we do to deal with this. The trade-offs in this case, I think, are kind of between user experience and security. You've probably seen this. It's the equivalent of going to the airport these days, and you have to go through several different lines and security, and you have to take off your shoes and your jacket, and you can't bring water through a thing. All of that kind of stuff is like intended to be better security, but it makes for a worse user experience. And user experience on the web is absolutely important. Nobody's coming to your web application or your website to do the login process or the registration process. That's not what people are there for. They're there to do the thing that they can do after that. And so making sure our experience is both secure, but also a good experience is absolutely key to everything that we do. So where do passwords fall on this kind of user experience versus security side of things? Well, it is a bad experience, right? We know it's hard to remember good passwords. It's much easier for computers to remember good passwords and us to remember easy passwords. It's also hard to choose good passwords. People are not very good at coming up with random things for every site they go to. We need password managers to absolutely make this easier. Like, requiring a third-party piece of software for this is not a good thing. On the security side of things, it's also bad. If people pick easy passwords, they're easy to break. You can just kind of try a whole dictionary of passwords against somebody's account, and eventually you'll get in if they're an easy password. If they're difficult passwords, they're still getting leaked onto the internet, and people can use those credential stuffing attacks. And then finally, there's phishing, right? I haven't even mentioned phishing, but that happens all the time as well. The passwords are the most vulnerable to phishing attacks, where people email out links and get people to sign in and steal their credentials that way. So passwords are bad. Our first answer, I've said it a bunch of times already today, is to use a password manager. And the password manager makes things a bit better, right? The experience is suddenly a bit better. It's easy, if you have a password manager, to pick a good password, because it can generate a random one for you and save it. In fact, you never need to know it. Somebody said somebody said earlier, right? They never reuse passwords and never even know them, and that's perfect for passwords. And so you don't have this repetition problem either. If your password's leaked from one site, it's not going to be a problem for all your other accounts. On the security side of things, it's also better, right? They are long, difficult passwords, so people can't just use a dictionary attacking on them. They're unique passwords, so they can't be credential stuffed, but they are still vulnerable to phishing. Your password manager is probably not going to auto-suggest the password for a website if it's a phishing site, but that still doesn't stop you copying and pasting that in. So the security is bad. I got a quick question. Would I suggest Brave Password Manager? I've not used it. I use Bitwarden, which is open source, and I very much like using that. But any password manager is probably better than no password manager, even just the browser's one. So our problem with password managers is it's on the user to use them. That's the thing. Only 24% of people used it when surveyed back in 2018, which I realize is quite a long time ago now, but I don't have any better data on that. So 24% of people use a password manager, and we can't expect that of our users. So we need to improve things. We need to make the password system better. We need to make things more secure. Let's do that. How do we improve it? Well, I'd like to introduce you today to the Credential Management API. This is going to take us from better passwords all the way to getting rid of passwords, and is something I think we should consider more with applications as we build them and as we put in our kind of registration and login processes. The Credential Management API in the first case was built to store and retrieve credentials. Those credentials can be passwords, and that's what we're going to see start with. In fact, what you can do is use that password credential API in JavaScript. This is on your front end, to create a password credential, store it, in this case, in the browser's password manager, and then use it to retrieve that password back again. See, what happens is, if we have access to the password credential object, we can create a new password credential using the user ID and then the password. This is a known correct password. This is probably something you do at user registration when they're saving their password, or at a successful login. And then you ask the browser, navigate to credentials, we ask to store this credential. This is going to pop up a permissions dialog to the user. That's why it's a asynchronous function here, asking to await for the response of asking to store this credential. Now, you've probably seen that permissions dialog before. It's the same one the browser would do without you doing this, saying, hey, do you want to store your username and password in the password manager? But because we asked to do it with this code, later, we get to retrieve those credentials again. And so using navigated credentials get and asking for a password will then offer the user a dialog to say, hey, do you want to log in with these credentials? And if they accept that, you get the credentials and you can pass them back to your server and log the user in. That is a pretty nice experience. And so this is sort of screenshots from an Android version of this. It's just a web application. And so when you're logging in, it will ask you to save your password. In fact, in Chrome, it asks to save it in your Google account, which is even better because it actually syncs with your Google account and goes to any Chrome browser that you're logged into. So you can sign in once on your desktop, and then the next time you get there on your mobile device, for example, it will all be ready. And so then when you come back to log in again, you don't have to necessarily type in that username and password. It will offer up, do you want to sign in as this account? And that's cool. You can, as the user, you click sign in. Those credentials are given back to the browser, and you're on your way. This signing in process has gone from kind of remembering and having to remember your password and type it in or enter it somehow to a one-click process that only happens in your account in your browser where you're logged in. I think that's pretty cool. In fact, it's a bit of a magical experience if you ever get that and you kind of just swing straight on by, straight through login, not having to worry about it. So the credential management API for password credentials, I think is pretty cool. We get this one-click login experience and no need to remember passwords. They're stored in your browser and possibly even synced across different browsers if you are logged in across there. I've seen a question in a chat saying, what if somebody gets access to your Google account? That is absolutely true, but I really hope Google accounts and similarly like Apple accounts, anything that is kind of very central to your use of a machine or of the internet in general, are the ones that you absolutely keep secure. And so it's actually probably more secure than anything else, and you have kind of Google backing you up there. Anyway, the security side of things, the problem is this still doesn't actually encourage people to use those unique passwords or hard to guess passwords. So it doesn't help necessarily on that side. There are a few other hints you can give to the browser to encourage a long and unique password, but it doesn't make the user do that. So we still kind of, we have these vulnerabilities. So that's why we came up with two-factor authentication. Two-factor authentication is probably something you recognize. It might look a bit like this: a text message to your phone to say, hey, here's your login code. You need to go type this into the browser where you were trying to log in. This is good. Well, it's good and bad. If we think about the experience side of things, we now have two steps to our login. Our login process has now added an extra page load, another form to fill in, and that's a pain. It needs another device. If you're on your desktop, you might have to, go pick up your phone in order to use it. I'm notoriously bad at getting distracted by that. I pick my phone up to get a text message and plug it into a thing, and instead I find myself scrolling on Twitter instead. It's a bad thing to do. And if you're doing this over SMS, it does of course require phone signal. You can do this via an authenticator app as well, and that's recommended to add as an option too. But I do think SMS is sort of the baseline that almost everyone can receive. So it's a good one to have. The security side of this is better though. That's what we're putting two-factor authentication in for. Security allows you to overcome poor or leaked passwords because this second factor is something that you have on you, normally your phone or an app, and there's other things we can look at later. But the security is much better. You are still vulnerable to phishing, though, of course. If anybody can build a web page that asks for your username and your password, they can build a second page that asks for that two-factor authentication code. And all they have to do is keep kind of sending those credentials across to the real site in order to trigger the things happening. So vulnerability to phishing is still there. And then there are targeted attacks against SMS, which are indeed possible. Those are a bit too complicated to go into right now, but they really are for only high-value accounts because it takes quite a lot to achieve this. That's why it's targeted. So the security is still a lot better than just a password. But can we make the experience better now? We've made the security better. Can we make the experience better? Well, turns out yes. There's some good experiences, things to be added to enhance this experience as we go along. First up, just in the HTML, we can add a couple of little attributes to our input field, which is asking for that one-time password. If you add the input mode numeric, that's just if you're on a mobile device, it'll give you the number keypad. I think that's a lovely thing to just continue. And then the autocomplete attribute, if you give that the property one-time code, then Safari on iOS and indeed on the desktop is going to help you out by adding it to the autocomplete of the keyboard. which is it's a great experience, right? It helps the user. They don't have to move to the other to the SMS application to see the number. They just get to add it in. And so that's what this is what that looks like. If you go and log in on an iPhone in this case, it's going to send a text message, and as you enter the thing, see, I always do this too quickly, and you get to miss it. Stop it. There we go. As you can see, just there at the top of the keyboard, we get that number. All we had to do was add an attribute to our HTML element, and we've got this much better experience where you get a one-click, you're all the way through and submitted, and you're logged in. And this works on desktop as well. If you are fully sold into the Apple ecosystem, then if you're on Safari on your Mac desktop and you're going to log in, you'll actually get autocomplete working there as well. So you go to log in, the text message gets sent to the phone in the background, and it comes up as autocomplete right here in the browser. If you ever get to experience this, it's another little magical thing where you would not have expected that, but now you've already copied your code across, and it's amazing. Yeah, so you can just click on that and it goes. Nice. So that's Apple though, and it does only really happen in Safari browser. On the other hand, we have the WebOTP API. WebOTP is an API that's supposed to make this easier in other browsers. And funnily enough, it's actually just the credential management API again. Like I said, this is an API that I don't think too many people know, but it's actually right there ready to help us at all times. And so there's a couple of things you need to change if you want to use the WebOTP API. If you're, this works for the text message version of this. It doesn't help you yet with app-based authentication, but with text message, you do have to add this at the domain name you're logging into, then the hash, then the code. Now that stops this being offered up for phishing attempts because the domain has to match the website the user's on that's sending the text message. So that's cool. And then in the code, this time we don't ask for a password credential, we ask for an OTP credential. And we call on navigator credentials get on OTP with a transport of SMS. That is going to pop a permissions dialog to the user to say, hey, we've got this message. Are you okay if the browser reads it out? And we'll see that in a second as well. That's almost all the code you need for this. It's kind of incredible. If the user approves, then you get the promise resolves with an OTP object that has a code property, which you can just use JavaScript to plug into the form. So that looks like this. I also have to pause again because it's so quick. You go to log in, the text message gets sent. There it is. So you actually see at the top of the screen, the text message is being sent and delivered. But at the bottom, this is the WebOTP API stepping in and saying, hey, do you want to allow Chrome to read the message below and enter the code? If the user clicks yes, that promise resolves, you get the code, you move on. And so that's pretty cool. What we've managed to do there with an HTML attribute and then a few lines of JavaScript is to turn two-factor authentication from two big annoying steps to a couple of minimal kind of steps that mainly take, if you're using the password credential as well, go from like a long set of typing things in to two kind of one-click steps. Doing this with two-factor authentication doesn't change the fact that you will need that phone, that other device, and signal to receive an SMS, but the experience gets so much better if you are just kind of clicking through and agreeing to stuff. And then on the security side of things, it's just as secure as it was before. We now have these two factors, which is much harder to compromise than a single password factor, but there are still vulnerabilities around phishing and targeted attacks. So then there's two-factor authentication with a security key. Now, you might have seen this kind of thing. This is the kind of thing that tech firms will actually have you use in order to, interact with your VPN or your own internal stuff. Security keys are like a YubiKey or something like that, plugged into your laptop and allow you to store secure credentials on them. And this is accessible in the browser via the Web Authentication API. That's WebAuthn. WebAuthn is great, but it also turns out it's just the credential management API again, but with a different type of credential. Now, in this case, what's going to happen is your browser has to, or sorry, the server actually has to send you a challenge, which is just a random string of bytes. That comes to the browser, and in the browser, what we do is ask to create navigator credentials, create a public key credential. And so this is actually going to try and create a public and private key pair. The private key stays on the security key in this case, never leaves the security key, which makes it very secure. And the public key is what will get sent back to the server. And the whole interaction kind of goes that the security key will sign this challenge using the private key, and that can be verified on the server using the public key. There's some other things you have to set with this, such as the RP, that's here is example.com, that ties it to that domain, so that public and private key pair can only be used on that domain. You also add some user details, so this can be discovered later. And then at the bottom, those are the algorithms that are popular across the majority of browsers. So once you've created this public key, it returns that signed challenge and the public key, which you can send back to the server will verify. Then when it comes to doing that second factor authentication with the security key, you just have to ask, the browser will, the server will send another challenge, another random string of bytes. And this time you've already created the key. So you just need to say, I want to get the public key. I want to get it. Here's the challenge. And all that's going to happen is the private key, again, is going to be used to sign that challenge. You return that to the server. The server can use the public key to verify it, and it's job done. You are authenticated. There's obviously a lot more to this, including building the whole server side of it. But this public and private key kind of sharing is much, much more secure again than text messages or even an app. So on our experience versus security side of things, this is still two minimal steps. Interacting with the security key tends to include just touching it, or sometimes they have like a biometric, a fingerprint scan or something. Its problem is that you do need this third-party piece of hardware. That, like I said, you might have experienced this with work, but that's because it is beneficial, financially beneficial to your business to secure things like that. If you're just building a normal web application, sending people security keys or expecting them to have them is not necessarily going to work. And the other thing is the private key gets tied to the security key itself. And so you either need to be able to move it around to different machines if you're logging into different places, or you need to register multiple devices. On the security side of things, though, this both overcomes the poor and leaked passwords and overcomes leaking things as well. You can leak a public key anywhere. It doesn't matter. All that public key can be used to do is verify things that the private key has sent. And this is also phishing resistant. As we saw, it ties to the website, the domain that you're on. So it can't be used anywhere else either. So let's get to phishing. Sorry, password. Let's get to phishing. Oh my God. No more phishing. Let's get to passwordless. Let's drop passwords entirely. The future for this is known as passkeys. And that's what you'll see as the sort of publicly facing term for this. Passkeys are what you're looking for. But on the developer side of things, what you're really looking for is multi-device credentials. Because this is the credential management API again. In fact, it's actually just web authentication again. But passkeys have a few more restrictions that make them more easy to use. This is web authentication, but with the platform authenticator. And in this case, I mean either sort of Face ID on your iPhone or a fingerprint scan or any kind of device-based thing that uses a biometric to authenticate a user. And see, what it does is it allows you to verify the user on the device. See, it uses these biometrics, but those biometrics also never leave the device. There's no chance of you leaking your fingerprints online, which are much harder to change than passwords. And so you verify the user on the device, and then it works the same as existing web authentication in that you are signing a challenge, which then authenticates the user with the server. The nice thing about passkeys is because they are device-based, they're platform-based, they actually are capable of syncing across your devices. And so if you are using Android and Chrome OS, it can sync across there. If you are using iPhone and Macs, they will sync using Keychain Cloud in this case. And I know somebody brought up earlier what happens if you lose access to your Google account or your Apple account. Again, those accounts are more securely looked after. And you have the power of Apple and Google behind them, securing them and helping you to keep them secure, which is better than most other websites and applications. And so that seems to be a pretty secure thing. And then if you are using cross devices, if you're using an Android phone and a Mac laptop, for example, there is a cross-device way of using one device to log into another. And I'll show you that in the demo in just a second. Here's some annoying code. You see, because it's not all that different to web authentication, you have to check a few things to see if you can use passkeys. And those are, is a user verifying platform authenticator available? That says, is there a Face ID or a fingerprint ID or something? And is conditional mediation available? That asks whether we can display a list of existing passkeys to a user. And if both of those come up as true, then we can create ourselves a passkey credential, which is still the same public key credential. But what we've added is this last section at the bottom that says, this authenticator attachment must be platform. That is, it has to be your platform verifier, the Face ID, the fingerprint, and requires resident key. Means this gets stored on the device as well. That allows it to then be synced to other devices if you need to. And much the same as web authentication, that's going to send that public key and a challenge back to the server. And the exact same way as you verified using navigator credentials get is how passkeys get verified the next time around. And this is what it looks like. This is the experience. You can always go to passkeys.io and check this out yourself. This is an example of me signing in and creating a new account in Safari at this point. And so it's offering me to create a new account and then save a passkey. This is on my Mac, so I'm using Touch ID, and I've created a passkey for my Phil Nash at sonasource.com email address there. And there I am. I can then sign out with this and then go back and sign in with a passkey. And it's going to offer a bunch. I've done this demo a few times, so there's a list of them. But remember, it's the SonaSource one. It's the one we're using for this. Use my fingerprint, and again, we're signed in. Now, that's given enough time to sync across to my iPhone, which is on the right of the screen. And so I can go straight to sign in with a passkey here, and it's going to offer me that list of passkeys that I have. Again, we're looking for the SonaSource one, which is down the bottom. It's going to Face ID me, and then I'm logged in. I'm logged in on my phone. So that's a pretty good experience. Let's take it to another browser now. I'm going to go to Chrome. Chrome doesn't sync with Apple and Safari devices, but I can still go to sign in with a passkey. And in this case, it's going to say, hey, I don't have a passkey saved for you. You can scan your QR code with your mobile device. And if you look on the phone, that offers you to sign in with a passkey. It's going to give me that same list. I'm going to go to the SonaSource one at the bottom, Face ID in, and that transfers back to the Chrome browser on the laptop and signs me in. Now, I think that's pretty cool. And then if you were building this yourself, you would build a way to store another one, store a new key for that Chrome browser. So I think that's very cool. I think that's very cool. In fact, the experience is great, right? There's now no need for a password because the user is being verified on their own device with their biometrics. Then that sort of handles two factors of the authentication. There's absolutely no need for a password or indeed two-factor. It does require a platform authenticator, though. It requires people to have devices that have this, so maybe not everybody has that yet. And then it syncs across those devices as well, which I think is just magical, and allows you to log in even if you haven't synced. And on the security side of things, we're using public-private key cryptography, so it is unleakable, it's unphishable. This public-private key is tied specifically to the domain that you log in on. And as a non-security professional, I'm just a web developer, I like to think it's maybe perfect. It's so much better than what we have. That's what it is. And so I absolutely encourage everybody to look into passkeys. Are there other drawbacks? Yeah, sure. It's not yet in every browser. I think actually Firefox is the only major browser that's been dragging its heels. And I've read somewhere that it should be coming this year. Hard to know exactly though. It's coming. Browser support is coming, but it's in Chrome, it's in Safari, it's in all your Chromium-based browsers, and it's very cool. If you're interested in places that are implementing this, 1Password, the password manager, has realized that passwords are on their way out as well, and they're trying to support this. But they also have this passkeys.directory site that shows you all the places that have implemented this. And I know I've added a passkey to my GitHub account, although I think that's still as a second factor. It's not the full login experience yet, but also to my Microsoft account. So Microsoft are very much behind this, as well as the browsers who've been implementing it. Technology, big tech is behind this, and it's a good sign. So I have recommendations as I just close up now. I recommend we do build in passkey support and offer it first if it's detected that some user can use it. Very exciting. Recommendation is still to support multiple passkeys because people could be using different browsers across different systems. So offering them to make a passkey for their current browser is a good idea. Then we can fall back to passwords, but still include two-factor authentication because we have to, like, passwords are the worst part of this. And two-factor authentication saves a little bit, even if it degrades the experience a little. But we do have those ways to improve the experience using autocomplete one-time code and using WebOTP API as well. And then once a user can use passkeys, we can offer to upgrade them and remove the password credentials, remove those old weak credentials. So I have a bunch of links. I will get these sent out to you somehow. I will share these slides online and tweet about it. Hopefully the Jsconf India Twitter account will send it out as well. And that's all I've got for you. Thanks so much for having me at this pre-event, and I hope you enjoy the rest of this, and of course Jsconf India. Thank you so much, and yeah, hit me up on Twitter. I'll see you there. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that, Phil. It was amazing hearing your talk. And with this, we will be moving forward to our next talk. We have a next speaker who has been in the industry for a long time. We have RajeshKumar joining us. So I hope you all are excited for his talk. While Rajesh is connecting. Oh, here. Hi, Rajesh. How are you?
I'm good. Thank you. How about you?
I'm good. I'm waiting for your talk, and the stage is all yours, Rajesh.
Yeah, thank you very much. I started sharing my screen. Hope my screen is visible, right? Thank you. So today my talk is about past, present, and future of ECMAScript. Myself, Rajesh, software developer at PSM. So my Twitter handle is I am Rajesh. So in today's session, we are going to see about what is ECMAScript, what's the difference between ECMAScript and JavaScript, what is TC39, that means Technical Committee 39, how Technical Committee 39 works, and we are going to see history of ECMAScript and what are the various versions of ECMAScript and what are the features released in part of each version. We are going to see one by one, and we are going to see what are the features added in the recent version of ECMAScript. So that is the version which is going to release in the next month, and in the next year we are going to see what are the features we are going to have in future, and we are going to see about ECMAScript behind the browser. So not only inside the browser, outside of browser, to create a desktop application, mobile application in the form of AI. So we are going to make use of ECMAScript. We are going to see one by one. Let's start with ECMAScript. So basically, what is ECMAScript? The official name of JavaScript is ECMAScript. So JavaScript is developed by the company called Netscape. Initially, it was nicknamed it as LiveScript and later renamed to JavaScript. So in earlier 90s, Netscape and Microsoft are the major tech competitors. So Netscape had their own browser version and Microsoft also had the one browser version. So when Netscape presented the JavaScript to ECMA International. So what is ECMA? ECMA is nothing but European Computers Manufacture Association. It is an international standard. So what this ECMA International Standard does? So it is an organization that creates a standard for technologies. So what it means is ECMAScript provides the rules, syntax, and schematics and guidelines that a scripting language must observe to be considered ECMAScript compliant. So for example, today, if I'm going to create a new scripting language, straight away I cannot be able to release it. So first I need to send it to the ECMA International to approve it. So they will check whether my scripting language has passed through all the guidelines which is scripted by them. Once if it is passed all the guidelines which is scripted by them, then they will say that my scripting language is approved by the ECMAScript. There are multiple languages which got approved by ECMAScript, but JavaScript is the most popular implementation of the ECMAScript. In simple terms, ECMAScript is a standard, while JavaScript is the most popular implementation of the ECMAScript standard. For example, in like we used to, some companies used to claim that they are ISO certified company, ISI certified company. So it is nothing but the ISI or ISO is a standard which there are some certain rules and regulation. Whichever company is following that certain rules and regulation, they will claim that they are ISO certified company. The same way, if I'm going to develop a scripting language, it has to follow through the guidelines provided by this ECMA, that is European Computers Manufacture Association. So JavaScript is the most popular implementation of this ECMA. JavaScript implements ECMAScript and builds on top of it. And also it incorporates other additional features and APIs, such as, for example, document object model, browser object model, which is not part of ECMAScript, but JavaScript included on top of ECMAScript. So as I said, ActionScript and JScript are the other language that implements the ECMAScript as well. So ActionScript was used by Adobe Flash, and JScript is the scripting language which is developed by Microsoft, but it was not so popular. Later, Microsoft started implementing the JavaScript itself. Next, we comes to what is TC39. So, and this TC39 is very important for this ECMA committee. So, this TC39 stands for Technical Committee 39. 39 is nothing but the specification. So, the ECMA's TC39 committee is responsible for evolving JavaScript programming language and authoring the specification. So basically, this technical committee 39 consists of various representatives from different companies, including the browser vendors like Google, Apple, Firefox, and JavaScript engine developers and the stakeholders in the JavaScript ecosystem. So this technical committee 39 is nothing but it is a group of JavaScript developers and group of companies, so which is using the JavaScript interpreters. So what they does is, so this TC39 members propose new features. For example, so we are seeing like new features on each and every version of ECMAScript. How it got approved and how it got released is taken care by this TC39 members. So the proposals will go through the rigorous process, including design, discussion, specification, drafting, implementation, consideration, and then it will be included in the ECMAScript standard. Basically, it will have 4 stages like stage 0, stage 1, stage 2, and stage 3, and stage 4. Basically, 5 stages. The stage 0 is nothing but if I'm thinking that I developed a new feature in JavaScript, I want to propose this to have a global standard. So the stage 0 is nothing but I am proposing a new standard. For example, new property or new method. So and then it will be, when it is considered, it will be gone through stage 1, and then it will follow the process stage 2, stage 3, and stage 4 is, stage 3 means almost it is like it is going to be in the release, and stage 4 means it is in the released version. So indicating the progress and readiness of the proposal. So basically, suppose in case if I'm going to implement a new feature in JavaScript, it has to pass through this all the 5 stages of this TC39. So if you take the history of JavaScript, so JavaScript is born it as LiveScript in the year 1995. And in the year 1997, ECMAScript standard is established. So that is like officially the version 1 in the year 1997. So in the year 1998, ECMAScript 2 got released, and it is like only editorial change. And the year 1999, ES3 was released. They skipped ES4, and in the year 2009, ES5 is released. This is what like most of us use now. So 90% of the websites are running on this ES5. And then in the ES6 was released in the year 2015. So this is like one of the major revolution in the ECMAScript. So because ECMAScript started supporting the concepts like class, modules. So basically, as you know, like JavaScript is not an object-oriented programming language. It is an object-based language. So basically, we don't have the concept of like class modules in JavaScript. We used to have the prototype-based, but again, the class means it is not a pure class implementation. It is like a synthetical sugar over the prototype-based language. So in the year 2015, ES6 was released. We can call ES6 or ECMAScript 2015 also by the name of its version released year. And then every subsequent years, they released with additional features. Like we got ES6, ES7, ES8, ES9, 10, 11, 12, 13, and 14. So ES14 is about to release in the end of June or early July. So and the next versions of the ESS is called as ES Next. We are going to start with ES5. So in ES5, it was released in the year 2009. So what are the features introduced? What are the major features? There are other features as well, but what are the major notable feature released are strict mode, JSON support, additional array methods like for each, map, filter, property getters and setters, and the bind method. And then ES6, so we have block scope variables like let and const. So basically, like through var keyword, we don't have the block scope variable. So with the help of let and const, so we have the block scope variable and the introduction of classes, modules, and we can do inheritance as well. And then arrow function, enhanced object literal, template literals. So these are the features you might be used in your day-to-day project activity as well. So I'm just going through the list of features which is released in the year 2015. Template literals, destructuring assignment, promise for asynchronous programming, iterators, for off loops, spread operator and rest operator. We all know the difference between spread operator and rest operator. Default function parameters, date type, octal and binary literal. So why all these features are released? It is to improve the development activity, like to improve the development experience, to increase the feature of JavaScript, to make it like performance wise, also to increase the JavaScript. So all these features are introduced. So let's have a quick quiz time. For example, let's say here I have variable a equals 0 to 1 and const b variable equals 0 to 4. So I'm trying to add both the variables, like result equals a plus b. Now I'm trying to print the value of result. So what would be the expected result of this variable result? So options are like 0, 4, 5, 4, 5, and 3, 7. Why 3, 7? So either it could be 0, 4, 5 or 4, 5 and 3, 7. So the answer is actually 3, 7. Why 3, 7 is because here 0 to 1, it is not a normal number, like it is an octal number. So why we are getting 3, 7 is like because when a number starts with 0 and if it is between 0 through 7, it will be an octal number. So like 1 into 8 to the power of 0 and 2 into 8 to the, it is like our primary school mathematics. So whatever the number start with 0 and if it goes through 0 to 7, it is an octal number. So the equivalent value of octal 0 to 1 is 17 and the equivalent octal value of 0 to 4 is 20. So when we add 17 plus 20, it is going to be 37. So the answer is 37. An octal integer literal begins with digit 0 and contains any of the digits 0 through 7. For example, if you take this example, here we have 0 to 1. Here it is a valid octal. And 0 to 5, again, it is a valid octal. Here, if you see this example, 0 to 9, it is not a valid octal number because it starts with 0, but it is then following numbers are not through 0 to 7. So it is above the 7, so it is not an octal number. It will be considered as a normal number. So ES6 added the support to avoid this confusion. So ES6, what it does is, so they brought in literal to support to support this octal and binary literals. So an octal literal begins with digit 0 and contain any of the digits 0 through 7. ES5 supports numeric literal in octal, decimal, and hexadecimal. ES6 added support for binary literals and changed the way it represents the octal literals. For example, when I say, for example, let A equals 0 to 5, this is how we used to represent octal number in ES5. So in ES6, what we can do is, so we can include this O before this, after this 0. So 0O25. So that means it represents the octal number. So if I'm trying to print the value of A and B, both it is going to print 21, the actual number value. So here what I have declared it is an octal value. Whatever I'm trying to print here, it is an actual decimal value. Okay, so here if I'm trying to print 0 to 9, so it will print that value as 0 to 9 itself because it is not an octal value. So how we can avoid this is, like in ES5 we can make use of the use strict. So if you use strict, if for this non-octal number, if I'm trying to include 0, it will throw the syntax that the decimal with leading zeros are not allowed in strict mode, whereas it will allow for the octal values, it will not allow for the non-octal value. Whereas again in ES6, so we have this notation O, which is used to represent that it is an octal value. And if I'm trying to put it before a non-octal value, it is going to again throw a syntax error. And in ES5, so ES5 doesn't provide any literal form of binary numbers. To parse a binary string, we need to use the parseInt method. So for example, if I want to convert any number to binary value, I need to use a method called parseInt. Whereas in ES6, I can make use of this little to represent the binary. So I can just declare 0b followed by this. So if I'm trying to print this value, it will return its actual number value. So here it is its binary equivalent. Its actual number value is 7. Okay. So what are the features introduced in ECMAScript 7? So in ECMAScript 7, we got exponential operator and we got an array method called includes. So normally, if I want to find any particular value in array, whether that value is present inside an array or not, we used to write a loop. We used to iterate over the loop and we used to check the condition whether that particular value is present inside that array or not. But with the introduction of include methods, so we have a built-in method which says that whether that particular value is present inside an array or not. And then in ES8, we have methods called async-await, so which is used to make an asynchronous API calls and asynchronous methods. We can able to make use of this async-await and shared memory and atomics for parallel programming. And we have object.values and object.entries, which is used to convert an object to array and array to object, vice versa. And we have a string methods like pad start, pad end to add the padding to the string. And then in ES9, we have the built-in methods like asynchronous iteration, rest and spread operation for objects. Earlier, we had rest and spread operator for arrays only. And in ES9, they introduced the rest and spread operator for objects as well. And we have something called promise.prototype.finally and Unicode property escapes. And in ES10, so we had array methods like flat map, optional catch binding, object from entries, string trimming methods like trim start and trim end. So earlier we'll add a common method called trim, which is used to remove the spacing before and after the string. So now we can able to trim if I want only at the start, or if I want only at the end, we can able to trim at the start and end as well. And we have something called for the symbol method, we have symbol.prototype.description. And in ES11, what are the features to introduce this? Begin data type, dynamic import, null is collision operator, optional chaining operator, promise.all settle, match all, and optional catch binding. And in ES12, we got the methods replace all, logical assignment operator, numeric separators, promise.any, weak refs and finalization registry, and logical null assignment operator. In ES13, so we got object.prototype as one property to check whether my object has its own property in an object or not. And we have the at proposal, like by specifying a particular index, I can able to get what value is present at that particular index at the array. And then we have something called top level await, and then regular expression match indices, and they introduce private instance method and accessors and class, and we have something called error cast. So in try and catch block, like in our error handling, so we can make use of this error cast to throw what is like an exact error message. And then ES14, so ES14 which is going to release in the upcoming month. So ES14 is expected to release in the end of June or early July of 2023. So what are the methods we are going to have in this ES23 is, like ES 2023 is change array by copy, array find from last, hashbang grammar, and symbol as big map keys. Okay, so we will go one by one. First, so normally we have an reverse method in array, so which is used to reverse an array. For example, let's say here I have an array which is having the value 1, 2, 3. Normally, if I want to reverse the array, so I have created another variable called target array, and then my origin array dot reverse. So in the target array, my value is going to get reversed. But what this reverse method does is, it is going to mutate my actual array as well. So in case if I want to avoid this mutation, so what I can do is, so they introduce this method called to reversed origin array dot to reverse. So it is going to be affect only the target array, whereas the origin array going to remains the same. So that's the difference between reverse and to reverse. Reverse is going to mutate our original array. To be reversed is not going to mutate the original array. It is going to change, affect only the targeted array. The same way, like normally if I want to sort the values in an array, like normally use a method called sort. Again, sort will mutate an actual array. So in case if you think that I don't want to mutate an original array, so we can make use of the method called to sorted. So the same difference, like whatever we seen the difference between reverse and to be reverse, same applicables to sort and to sorted. And then we have a method called splice. Normally we know like why we use splice in JavaScript, to remove that particular value from an array index or to add. So to modify the array, we may use a splice method. Again, the splice method will mutate an actual array. So to splice, it is going to be affect only the target array. It is not going to affect the original array. And then we have something called array.prototype.width. So here, for example, here I have my origin array 1, 2, 3. And then here origin array of 1. Here I'm trying to change the value, and here I'm trying to print the value. Again, it is going to affect the original array. So here I'm using the method called width. So that means I'm going to replace this with the targeted array. So whereas my original array remains the same, in the targeted array only, I'm just going to replace this index 1 with whatever in index we have the index of 1, we have the value 2. So it is going to replace with 5. So, and the next new proposal which we have in ES 2023 is array find from last. So in array, so we are going to get a new methods called find last index. So it is going to find the values of the array from. We had this kind of method for our string earlier. Now we are going to get it for our array prototype as well. And we have something called hashbang grammar. So hashbang is a sequence of character at the beginning of an executable script that defines the interpreter for the program to be run on. For example, when an Unix kernel program loader executes a JavaScript program, the host strips the hashbang to generate a valid source before passing it down to the engine. So to have the hashbang command, so we can make use of this hashbang command, so which is going to be used by the interpreter. So what are the features which we are going to expect in the 2024? So currently, which is in the stage 2. So we can expect pipe operator, iterator helpers, new set method, decorators, array grouping, and much more. So we can expect in the upcoming releases of the ECMAScript. Okay. So far, like whatever the features we have seen so far, which we normally use inside our browser, but the ECMAScript is not restricted only for the browser. So ECMAScript can be used outside of the browser feature as well. So while the ECMAScript is widely known as the standard for JavaScript in web browsers, however, ECMAScript is used to begin the browser. For example, as we all know, Node.js is a server-side implementation of JavaScript. So in Node.js also, we are making use of this ECMAScript features as well. So desktop application with frameworks like Electron, developer can make use of the ECMAScript to build the desktop application. So Electron internally uses Chromium and Node engine. And we can also develop a mobile applications using the framework like React Native and NativeScript enables the development of mobile application using the ECMAScript. And apart from that, we can make use of the ECMAScript in the IoT as well. So ECMAScript is increasingly used for IoT development platforms like Johnify and Tesla leverage this ECMAScript to program and interact with hardware devices. And we can do serverless computing. So like even such as like AWS, Lambda, and Google Cloud Functions are making use of this ECMAScript to do this, achieve the serverless computing. And we can able to develop a command line tools like, for example, the Babel. We can make use of the ECMAScript to build the command line tools as well. Yeah, that's it from my side. So any questions or any queries?
Thank you so much, Rajesh. It was an amazing talk. We now have our next speaker, who we all have been waiting for. We have the super talented Satyam Singh for our next talk. Let's wait for Satyam to come up.
Hey, hello everyone. So yeah, thanks for having me.
Hi,
Uh,
Satyam. How are you?
I hope I'm audible. Oh,
Yes, you
that's
are.
I'm just doing great. How are you?
I'm doing good. I'm excited for your talk and to know more about you. So the stage is all yours, Satyam.
Oh, thank you so much. It's my pleasure to be like talking to you after seeing your tweets for years. Yeah, I'm just gonna start sharing my screen. Maybe. Just a second. Uh, just give me a second. I'm just gonna try to like, share my screen. Share screen. Share.
Take your
Window.
time, Satyam. There's no
Yeah.
hurry. I can understand it. It always gets some or the other thing happens when you're presenting. The demo gods really need to be with us. But
Yeah. I hope
perfect.
it's like visible now.
Yes, it is visible.
Uh, I'm just gonna start presenting it from my side. Yeah, so hello everyone. So thank you so much for giving me this like opportunity. So I will just start with a small introduction of mine. So I'm Satyam Singh, and I'm an upcoming freshman at University of Regina. I'm currently working as a developer in Internet Push Protocol, and I'm a generalist. Like like to build projects. Like doesn't matter which like language or framework I'm using. I just love to explore different things and try to get something out of it. And I'm a freelancer as well on weekends, and I like to even participate in hackathons. And I'm also a project lead at URGDSC, that is University of Regina's GDSC club. And you can even find me on Twitter using the like ID above that I've mentioned. So yeah, so today we will be talking about a game like that I built at a hackathon, and how I built it and how I use different packages of like JavaScript in order to build it easily. Uh, so yeah, I'm just gonna like show a small thing there. the stacks that I use for building Shark Tanks. So this presentation not going to be that boring. Like we will be checking out the demos of how the game works and try to make it a bit interactive. So even the game is like live right now, so we'll be playing it soon. So in order to build it, we use 3JS. It is used to render 3D models, Node.js with Express.js for the backend, and Socket.io for the real-time communication between the server and client. So before moving forward, I would like to give a demo of how the game works. So let me just open my Windows. So yeah, let's say there is a user 1 year, and that is a so let's say that is this user name class, mutate, yeah, and random name here too, and just mutate as well. So as you can see here, so it's actually mobile friendly as well. It should be like horizontally in order to play in that. So we have these arrow functions in order to like work in mobile. So it is visible since the size of the screen right now is a bit small as per like as per laptop. If it's like big, then it will be invisible. And let's say if I'm moving here, so like I guess this is the other user that I created. So if I go in front of him and check out the other window, then like I should be able to see him in front of me, right? And even like you can see like this right now, and I can even this button and do a lot of things. So it might be a bit laggy because so I'm just gonna close this window and share it. Like in order to like access this game, you just have to enter sharktanks.tech and you should be able to check it out. So yeah, so now I guess you have seen what the game is all about and how it works. So now we'll be sharing in depth on how it is like created and what are the things that we did there in order to make it work using these frameworks and libraries. So first, like how the player works and how Socket.io works. So Socket.io basically works on the TCP protocol. That is like let's say if there is a player one and there are some more players, two or three, like I've created here, like there are let's say three players in total, and there is a player one that moves by a distance x. Then the player one sends this message to the server, and then the server sends that message to all the other players, so that it is being seen that okay, that player is moving by this distance. So that's how Socket.io works. And in order to like add things like a bullet and like shooting of the bullets, everything is done using Socket.io here only. There are some alternatives as well in order to implement real-time communication, and one of them is Firebase. And I guess like there are many more that out there, but Socket.io is the easiest one for now. Like we don't have to do a lot of things in order to implement it. We just have to create a socket connection, install the library, and we are good to go. So now we will be going a bit into code, how it is implemented and how you can do it as well for yourself and just make some awesome games and play with your friends. So I will just open my code editor here. So I'm gonna hope that it is visible to you all. Like I've tried to zoom in. So we will going from the server side first, how the server side is created and all. So for the server, we are using like Node.js, Express.js, and like Socket.io for the real-time communication between the server and clients. So as we talked about it earlier as well. So yeah, in order to create the like ground, like let's say if you are in the ground and you are going out of the ground, then there is a limit. Like you can't go out of the ground, right? So for that, we have first like just defined what should be the height and width of the ground, and then we have created a class game object, and we are going to be using it like a lot like later on. So we have just defined some random things like IDs, like we are just using some random number here for the ID, and then this dot x, like these are the positions of the player. And for the physics, yeah, that this is the interesting one. Like for the physics, in order to implement physics in a web game, there are a lot of libraries out there. Like CanonJS is one, and then there is AmoJS as well. But like there are a lot of limitations with them as well, and you can't just like use them. Like was facing a lot of issues while creating this like online multiplayer game with it. So what we thought is, instead of using them, we will create our own collision, like a way to like detect collision and create physics in it. So what we are doing here right now is we are checking the position of the players. Like just check it right now. Just see this for now. So we are just like creating const old x and old y. So we are going to be using it here for detecting the collision and restricting the player to move beyond that point. Beyond that point, like let's say if there is a wall, then the player shouldn't be able to go inside the wall. So we are going to be using this OLX here for that. So like as we saw, like 2500 is the like height and width here. So let's say if the user is going to trying to go like beyond that. So it will just make the collision true, and if the collision is true, then it will make the future step of that player, like let's say if the player is typing, just clicking on the arrow button to move ahead, then it will just like make its position to the old x that we have defined earlier. So it won't let the user like go ahead, and he or she like won't be able to collide, like go inside the wall or go out of the map. And if there is no collision, then we'll just like return like no collision, so we don't have to do anything about that. And using the same, we are like adding the physics into like walls as well, using the same function. And after that, we have a player class here, which is like inheriting the game object, so that we are getting the like features from there as well. And here we have different things like socket ID, name, width, height, health, bullets, point, and movement. So first of all, socket ID is important in order to check what user is where, like which user is where. So that's why we have like added it here. So later on, we will be like adding the socket ID as the ID that we are using, that we are getting from the socket IO itself. Like whenever a new player joins, it gets a random ID from socket IO. So we are going to be using that later on. So for the nickname, we have a, if you remember, we have a home screen like this. Yeah, this one. So if you go here, so we have a input section here. Yeah, the preloader takes a while to load. Yeah, so we have an input section here, and where we can click on let's go, and we have more things like stats and like points. Like if we join the game, that will show the points as well. So for the input section, we are taking the value from the input section and then showing it here, then just adding it to the object nickname. And this is the height and width of the player that we have predefined, and this is the maximum health, and like the point will be 0, and the bullet is going to be an object, and the movement are going to be object as well, since we are going to be adding it later on, like whenever we get an event triggered from the client side, then we will add it here using socket IO. So I will just show it later on, like once that code is like added here. So yeah, so these are just some of the functions that we are going to be using, like the shoot function. And one more thing, like if you play the game, so you can't shoot more than 5 bullets. So there is a reason behind this. Like let's say if there is a player, and if he continuously keeps clicking on the space button to shoot, then it can shoot like hundreds of bullets at a time. So that's not something that we want. Like it will just create mess, and like the game can get a bit laggy, since we are currently using a free tier. So we don't want that. We didn't wanted that. So what we did is a user can't shoot more than 5 bullets, and it will check if the user has like how many bullets the user has, and if it has more than 5 bullets, then it will just return null, or else it will create a new bullet with the height and width here. So it will just send this details to the front end, and later on we will be checking the front end as well, how we have used 3JS in order to create this like bullets and player that we saw earlier. And for the damage, like it is checking which bullet is intersecting with which player. So if let's say if a player like if a bullet hits a player 2, then that player's health will decrease by 1. And let's say if the player's point like health is 0, then it will just remove that player and emit a updated player list that we are going to be checking. Like let's say it is emitting the updated player list here, right? So this is how like socket IO works. So this is a like nice explanation about it. So let's say if we go here and check where we are listening to updated player list. So whenever a player dies, so it will just emit that updated player list event. And here on the front end, socket IO, like socket IO is already open. It's not like HTTP protocol, since it's following the TCP protocol, so it's always on. So it's checking checking for the events getting triggered. So if there is a event triggered as like updated player list that we have mentioned there, so it will just like console log about it, and add that the player died in the stats. If you have seen that, in the left hand side of the game, you should be able to see a stat like this, that Klaus joined, or like anyone if dies or like joins the game, it will show it here. So that's how we are doing that, and that's how socket IO works. And this is how like socket IO, like another example of if a player joins, then just like check for that particular event getting triggered, and then add them in the list and show it to the stats. So yeah, and in order to remove the player, it is just deleting its ID, and even have to delete its socket ID from the socket IO. So yeah, and later it's just like returning it in the JSON format, and that's all about how player is created. And now it's the same for the bullet. Like bullet is creating in the same way. We are defining the height and width of it, and like object player, like we are taking the player as well from the game object. So yeah. And after that, like once we remove it, like it deletes the, like let's say if there is if the bullet collides with the map, like end of the map, then the bullet like disappear as well, like it just deletes from the, gets deleted from the socket IO as well as from the map. And we have a small like bot player as well, so in case you go in the game, you will always see a player name as Karthik, and he will be like, just always like keep dying and like spawning everywhere. So yeah, that's it. And later on we have like walls, so we have predefined the walls height, width and positions here. So initially we had a random one, but for that we have to like share the, share the position from the back end to the front end. But that's not something we want in order to, in case we are using a free tier free tier of server. So in order to decrease the decrease the lagging, we have to remove it, and we have just hard coded here the positions of the walls. And yeah, that's how the walls are here, and every wall has ID as well. And this is like just a bot player, and this is how we have initiated the socket IO. So like I've been talking a lot about socket IO. So socket IO like just makes it a real lot easier in order to like implement real-time communication. Like let's say if you are using some other platform in order to use the real-time thing, you have to first like get that API key, initialize it, and we have to do a lot of things. But here you don't have to do it. You just have to like install the library and then just just define it above, and then you can just like do this, that io dot on connection, that if on connection then it will do these things. And like let's say on connection is the thing that will happen like very first. Like let's say when the game is started, like game is just loaded, then the connection will be triggered about automatically. And after that we can just create like different kind of events to get triggered whenever a player joins the game or shoots something or do something else. So yeah, let's say if there is a game start event triggered, so it will just create a new player and add it to the player object that we have defined above, with its socket ID and nickname. Nickname is something that we are taking from the front end that we showed earlier, and it will just add the socket ID to it as well, so that we are tracking like which player is alive and which player is not. And with the help of that, we can do a lot of different things as well, since like you can access the details from it. Like we have all the details, like which bullet is like intersecting with which player. So a lot of other things can happen, like can be you know added here as well. And by the way, like it's open source too, so in case you want to add something then you can do that as well. And in order to like add the name of the player that is getting spawned or like removed, we have just like checking the name of the entire, like checking all the names that are in the array, and then slicing the last one, the latest one we can say. And that works like that's not the ideal way to do, but it's working. So yeah. And once the like player joins or like dies, so it will just like trigger this particular event, that is joining list, and send the name to like send the name to the front end. So we will be accessing it like in the front end as well. We'll check it out. And the same way we have like player movement and shoot and disconnect. Like if your player disconnects, then just remove it uh, from the game and just remove its ID as well. And then we have like yeah, so this is an important. So in order to keep the game in loop, we have created this set interval, and it is like working on like 20 fps I guess. And after that, we are accessing some of the like index.js and HTML files from the public folder that we have created earlier. So that's how like the backend actually works here. So backend was the trickier part, but now we will like jump into the front end, that where we have used 3JS and done some like amazing things there. So first I will just show you how maps work. Okay. So already 3JS have a lot of different predefined models that we can use. So we don't have to like always create some like just create a new model and then just integrate it from yeah. We can do that, but in order to create an online game, I guess that's not recommended for now, because it can add like traffic, like add a lot of lagging in your game. So that's something that I did, but I figured out that it is not a good way, so I removed it. So they already have like a lot of different like 3D models that you can use. So we are currently using a box geometry and mesh material in order to add the colors and all. So this is the flow for now. Like we have added the you know a particular just the shape and geometry and the color. and we have added the camera as well. The camera is here, so we can like change the cameras as well. Like we can just focus on the player or just like make it far away. There are different ways to do that, and in order to like initiate it, we have used the constant which does like 3.c, so it initiates the entire front end thing. So now like that is lightning as well, and this actually confuses a lot of people, since it is confusing because like in order we have to like check like from where the light should be coming from, so that we can add like shadows as well in our game. Like shadows just adds a kind of thing, so that we can think that okay, this is something we can see a bit realistic. Yeah, so that for that we have to like pay attention on adding lights and how from which direction the light is coming from, and what should be the color of light. So we can do all that for using this. And in order to like just add the light, we have just used scene.add light and scene.add ambient. And now we can just go in the front end of like where we are using all these things and just creating our players and all. So if you see in the game, wait, yeah, so if you can see in the game, there is an entire environment here, like we can see those things, but actually that's not a real thing. Like you can't go about like beyond this thing. So it's actually image that we are using, and using it as a cube kind of image, so that it completely takes up like takes the environment and shows it like a complete globe kind of thing. So in order to use it, we have used the three texture loader from 3js and just added it here. So there are like the images are in a public folder, and then using it from there to here in order to use it. And we have the wall texture, bullet texture in the same way. We are just using the texture loader dot load from 3js and then adding it here. And here is the player material. So the this was the toughest to implement right now. Like if you can see, so basically this is just a cube. This is not a real tank kind of model. So it's just a cube, but in order to make it more like a tank, so we just downloaded a couple of images and then added it in such a way so that it looks like a tank. So it's basically just a cube right now, but yeah, it looks like a tank if you see it from, yeah, from our perspective for now. So yeah, so here are the like images that we loaded from here, and then just added some kind of colors in order to make it look nice. And then we have like font loaders in order to show those 3D fonts here. So it shows like this to me, but if there is a player in front of me, it will be like a way so that they can read it. So yeah, so here we can see the loader map, that it is loading the like entire map, that is cube texture loader and all that we have above, and we are adding the textures there as well. And then we are yeah, this is important in order to animate the entire thing in the front end. So we are supposed to add it here and just create this request animation frame, and then add the animate inside it, and then just calling it here. Now we will start with the game, like game start. So if you remember, when we were starting the game, we were supposed to add our name inside the input section. So here what it does is it just like it's nothing like rocket science. It just trims the value and checks if the value is less than particular value, and if it less than, it will just say that just enter the name. And if it is like greater than 10, it will just say no, just reduce the name. So that's how, like if it's everything is good, then it will just emit this function, that is game start, that we saw in the server. That if a game starts, then it will just create a new player with that socket ID as the player ID. So that's how like it is being triggered from here. And then the like in the server, it checks that okay, on game start it will do this kind of things, that is adding the ID to it and the nickname that we are passing from here. So when we are passing it from here, so we can just access it here using the game start. Yeah, so as you can see, we are accessing it here, the nickname. So that's how like socket IO works actually. So I hope like till the end of the talk you will at least know how like socket IO works and how to use it in your own games. So that's how, yeah. So once you have like clicked on okay, yeah, enter the game, then it will just store your nickname inside the local storage, so that it doesn't show the modal. Like whenever, if you are new to game, it will show modal, how it works and all. So in order to not show it again and again, to make it a bit confusing for people and a bit irritating, so we just thought that once the player like joins the game, it will just add a local storage to it, and it will like next time if the player joins, it will check if the local storage is empty, then it will like show the modal. And if it is not empty, sorry, if it's not empty, then it will not show the modal, but it is empty, then it will show the modal of like how the game works and all. And in the same way, we have used 3GS in order to play some music, which gets a bit annoying sometimes, but yeah, it is it is a good one. So we are just like accessing all the events that we triggered in the back end, so that we can do the things that we were supposed to, and taking all the functions from the backend as well. Like whenever event is being triggered, we can send some function, like some things with it as well, like we did for the nickname and update players and all. Yeah, and yeah, these are just some small things on how like it works. And this is for the for making it a bit user friendly for playing in phones. So it is actually currently user friendly in phone as well, but since it's in back, so it doesn't give that kind of feeling, but yeah, still it works in phones as well. So yeah, that's all about how the entire thing is working for now. And we have the state, like if you remember in the back end, it was like emitting a state where it was emitting players, bullets, and balls. So we haven't used balls here since we are just pre-coding it, like just hard coding it in our front end and back end as well. So yeah, that's how the entire thing works. And we are just using some like already pre-built models, like the box geometry here for the player. But in case you want to use your own models, like let's say you are like just like a lot creative, and you want to just build your own model and then use it in your game, then you can do that as well. So for that, I did code it here, but yeah, it makes the game a bit laggy in case you want to just build a online game. But yeah, if you have like a kind of a premium subscription, maybe then it won't. So we are actually using Railways, which provides a free subscription for like users. So for that, like it can get laggy if you are using like custom models, but it is possible to use it. You just have to like just do this and it should work. But for now, we are using the box geometry from 3Mesh. And then yeah, this is for the shadow thing that we added from the lights. And then we are just adding some fonts so that it's 3D, and checking the player socket ID and giving it a score, so that like we will play the game as well after this, so we can see how it works and all. So yeah, that's how the entire like game looks like and how you can build it. And at the end, like if the like player dies, then it will just remove that particular thing and just take them to the home screen. So that's the entire code of how it works. So in case you want to check it out, what you can do is you can just enter this link, that is sharktanks.tech, and just open the game, and you should be able to access it and play it with your friends. And in case you want to like play with anyone, you just have to share the link. You don't have to do anything else. It's just like really easy. Just go and let's go, and you should be able to access it. I hope like not many people will open it, or else it will like go down. So yeah, that's the entire code, how it works and all. So except that, like there are different ways in order to like create like JavaScript based games in web. And one of the most useful libraries that I've been using is 3JS, since it makes a lot easier to add 3D models inside your web app. I'm sure like most of you have seen those websites like the Apple one. So they create some sort of models that scrolls with you, or like do some sort of rotation and all. So even those things are done using 3GS. So in case you want to check it out, just like definitely go and check it out. You can even build like different things like your own portfolio. If you remember, like there was a portfolio very viral by Bruno Sam, I guess. He created a portfolio with a car where he drives it around and shows what he has done and all. So in order to do all those things, you are supposed to use 3JS. You can even use like React 3 in case you are using React.js. And there are many like new things as well coming in React. Like they just made some announcement about it last week. So hopefully we will be able to add physics more easily this time. And in case, just a suggestion, in case you are building it inside a React web app, and like you're building it using React, and you want to just make it an offline one and not an online one, then definitely check it out. Check out Canon.js. So Canon.js is basically a physics library that makes it like that adds physics to all your objects. So in case you want to do it, then just try to use like Canon.js. AmoJS is also an option, but it can get a bit daunting for someone new, in case there is someone new who is trying to get into the game development in AmoJS and like explore everything else. And yeah, so that's all about the game, how it works and all. So you can check it out on Shark Tanks on this website that is below. And you can even connect with me using all the links that I have added in this particular QR code. Hopefully it should work. I haven't tried it, but yeah, it should work. So there is the link of Bento. So if you open it, you should be able to see the repo that I have created for Shark Tank. So it's like, as I said, it's open source. So if you want, you can even like try to add something, that like add some features that you want to add, and just try to share it with your friends or play with them. So that's all about how the game works and how it is. And you can even, like, anytime if you have any question regarding 3JS or React 3, then definitely feel free to just ping me. And very fortunate to be able to like give my first talk at Conference India, and I guess I am the youngest one this time for the pre-event. So really glad to hear that as well. So yeah, that's all about her presentation. And yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much, Satyam. And I loved, I think your mic is on. Somebody's mic was on.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
No, no, it's fine.
Yeah,
I loved your talk and very creative name with calling it Shark Tank. I hope folks go and star your repository, the fact that it's an open source project. But once again, thank you so much for the talk. We have our next speaker joining in.
awesome.
Our next speaker is, bye bye. Yes, we have a next speaker joining in, and we have Hanuma on the stage.
Hi
Hi,
everyone.
Hanuma. How are you?
Good, good. How are you?
I am just listening to all the amazing talks and making as much notes I can. But yeah, the audience is excited for to hear from you, and the stage is all yours, Hanuma.
Okay. They have been wonderful speakers, right? Like a lot of good knowledge so far. All right. I hope you can see my screen. Can someone confirm? Okay. So let's get started. Hey everyone. Thanks for tuning in. So today we are going to talk about a library that is actually making a lot of news in the industry, which is LangChain. So the reason why I chose this topic is we have been hearing about terms like GPT, GPT 3.5, GPT 4, then ChatGPT, Google Bard, right? So all these are coming from the generative AI world. So every now and then something happens in our lives and our lives changes forever, right? So in my opinion, generative AI and ChatGPT are two things that are actually changing the course of our lives as developers. So today what we are going to do is we are going to look at what is generative AI, and we are going to look at power of LLMs, and then a bit of LangChain, and we also understand what are the key concepts in LangChain, and then we'll look at a couple of demos. So one disclaimer, so I'm not an AI expert by any means, and in this session we are not going to cover all the concepts which are related to generative AI, OpenAI or LangChain. So okay, what is generative AI? Generative AI is a type of artificial intelligence that can actually create content. Now, when you think about content, content can be in several forms. It can be text, it can be image, or it can be any other media formats. Now, generative AI is also something that is actually rapidly developing the field. It's a developing field in which there are wide range of potential applications. It is also going to revolutionize the way we are going to build apps, and there are a lot of industries which can actually adopt and embrace generative AI. So what is it about? So generative AI is actually a subset of deep learning, and it is actually a data model. It's not just a data model, it is a machine learning model which is actually trained on massive amounts of data that is found across the internet. So if you take a simple example of a prediction machine learning model, what happens is you give an input and gives you an output. So the output could be a probability, it could be a classification, or it could be a number. Now, when you talk about generative AI, it differs slightly. You give the input, you give a text prompt or something of that sort, you get an output. But your output could typically be image, it could be audio, or it could be natural language. Again, when we say natural language, it is something that humans understand, right? So a couple of examples like ChatGPT, Google Bard are a couple of very popular tools that are actually built using generative AI models. So all the things are fine, but what is LLM? Because this is the term that we have been hearing for the last 6 to 8 months, right? So large language model is also a part of deep learning. It's a subset of deep learning again, but it is actually a model for generating human-like text. It's again trained on massive amounts of data. when we say massive amounts of data, you can think of in the order of petabytes. So it generates output based on the input patterns. And these input patterns are basically coming from the training data on which it has been trained. So sometimes it can actually give you incorrect or nonsensical information. And at times it could be sensitive and offensive as well. If you look at the application landscape, right, there are a lot of applications of generative AI. If you look at text, for example, it can actually do text translation, text summarization. You can actually chat. You can actually write poems and essays, and then blog posts. Image generation, image design, and then coding. When it comes to code, you can ask it to generate the code. You can ask it to document your code. Then it can actually help you in refactoring your code, as well as it can actually convert text to SQL as well. And then there are a couple of other applications as well. Now, LangChain is a library that is actually helping the developers in building applications on top of these large language models. So as a developer, if I don't understand large language model, until few months back, I could not do anything. But with LangChain, now I'm empowered to build an application. So it actually supports various large language models like OpenAI and Azure OpenAI. It gives modular abstractions. Basically, it gives you high-level functions, high-level APIs with which we can actually talk to the LLMs. And as JavaScript developers, it provides a package which is very easy to use. It's very convenient to run in browser. You can use Node.js, and you can also use it in Deno. So there are 4 building blocks in a LangChain. When you want to use LangChain, you need to understand 4 things. One is prompt, the second one is chain, the third one is index, and fourth one is agent. Now, what is a prompt? Prompt is basically the input that you are giving to the large language model, asking it to perform some action. Now, when you give an action, when you give an instruction, basically you need something to help you. So that is where chains come in. So chain is something that is going to take your prompt, that is going to take your input and then do some processing and then give you the response back. Index is something where if you have large amounts of data on which you want to ask a question or ask a prompt, that is where you actually use an index. And agent is a very powerful tool which is going to combine all these capabilities and then do necessary actions. So let's look at the code. So the first and foremost thing for us to do as part of development is we need to create our development setup that you can find in this README doc. So I'll share the link with you guys later on. So basically what you need is you need an OpenAI subscription and you need an OpenAI key. So let's run our first program, right? So what this does is, this is actually creating an instance of OpenAI. So as I said, LangChain supports several LLMs and OpenAI is one of them. Here what we are saying is, we are asking the model to call with some text. In the text, what we have is, let's welcome the participants, speakers, volunteers, organizers, and sponsors for Jsconf 2023, right? And then we are outputting the response. So let's see what happens when we execute this program. Thanks, the directory. So what is going to happen is, now I already have the subscription key in my environment variable. So it is going to use that and it is going to talk to OpenAI, and OpenAI is going to give us some response back. So here we can see, once we give this prompt, right, it is coming up with some text output. So the output that we received is, welcome to Jsconf 2023. We are so excited to have all of you here, and we wanted to extend a special welcome to all our participants, speakers, volunteers, organizers, and sponsors. Your presence makes this event possible, and we are so thankful for your support. Obviously, we need to be very thankful for everyone who is putting up the show, and we are also looking forward for an amazing event, and we hope all of you have a great time. Now, the thing with generative AI or these LLMs is, these are non-deterministic models. So if I want to be a little bit creative, right, we can actually do that by setting the temperature. So if I let me zoom in. If I increase the temperature, so it is going to again execute the same prompt. There is no change in the command that we are giving, but let's see if there is a change in the output. It takes a bit of time to execute and come back. So if we see here at the end, we see a clear distinction. Here we got a response which says that we look forward to a great event which is filled with learning, networking, and fun. Obviously, this is what we are interested in, right? So let's go back. Now, let's say you want to build an application on top of it, right? Now, let's say you want to build a web app. Now, you don't want the user to type in all this stuff every time. And you want to reuse this particular prompt, reuse this input rather for building various applications. And this application could be tailor-made for a different conference later on. Now, what we can do is we can use something known as prompt template. So prompt template is something like a string formatter. So it takes your input and then it actually embeds the inputs that you're passing as variables. Now here what I did was I created an instance of a prompt template. So with this prompt template, we can pass the variables as arguments. So let's see how it works. So here we get back the same output, right? There is no difference at all. Now, if I change something like this, if we are in future, we get back this. So this is basically a string formatting tool that can be used when you're building large scale apps. So the next thing that we are going to look at is a chain. As I said a few minutes back, chain is something that can help you to build applications on top of your prompts. So here what we are doing is we are creating a template. Again, it's the same thing. There is no difference at all. We are just building on top of our previous example. And here we are setting the temperature to be 0. So when the temperature is 0, you are almost certain that you're going to get the same outcome every time. It is going to be a very straightforward response. Now, as you increase the temperature, as you increase from 0 to 1, the creativity of the model increases. Now, what do we mean by creativity? So whenever you give a prompt, one of the basic thing that happens is it kind of observes all the input characters that you're giving and then consider them as token. So once you give it a string of tokens, then it will find what is the next possible input, what is the next possible token after the prompt that you're giving. So if we increase the temperature, it could possibly give you a less likely word. Now here, what we are doing is after creating our model, OpenAI model, we are also creating a LLM chain. So this LLM chain requires a model and a prompt. So the model is the same thing. There is no difference here. And in the prompt, we are again taking back the 2023 Jsconf thing. So let's see what happens now. Again, it takes a bit of time to execute. We get back the text response. So here we can see the outcome is quite different. Even though our prompt is exactly the same, the response that we have been receiving from the LLM is very much different. This is because, as I said, it's a non-deterministic model. So let's say if we increase the temperature, right? I'll just comment this piece out. And we'll change the temperature and then we'll see what is the outcome. Again, we see a different response, right? Again, it becomes a bit creative and then gives you a different output now. Now, one thing to note here is the chains are very much a key part in building applications, because once you have this chain in place, you can do several actions. You can actually build conversations. You can actually store the history. Like if you get this response, you could probably store that in a in-memory variable or probably in a database, and then you can actually pass it as a context to your subsequent questions. So this is a very good use case when you are trying to build a chart-based applications. So so far it has been very simple, right? Now let's up the game a bit. So here what we are doing is we want to ask a question. Now for someone who is let's say there is a new comer on your project, there is a lot of documentation that he has to go through, right? He would, let's say if your documentation is of several hundreds of pages, it's very difficult for someone to actually understand and ask all the questions. But if you put that documentation in perspective of generative AI, what you can do is you can actually build a question answer system. So in this example, what we are doing is we are trying to load a white paper. So this is the paper which actually formed the core essence of the transformer model, which is again the base of these LLMs, the super LLMs that we are having. So here what we are doing is we are trying to build a chain. Again, this is a retrieval question answer chain. So what we are doing is we are actually trying to load a document. So it is basically you read a file, you take the content, and then you store that in some database. So here what we are also doing is we are putting that in a vector store. So vector store is something that is a optimized database for document storage. And OpenAI embeddings, right? When you see something like an embedding, you can think of floating point numbers. You give some text and then you are translating that into floating point numbers so that you can actually find the similar words or similar text and then find the next subsequent pattern very easily. So once we load the vector store with the document that we have, then we are creating a chain. And as I said, it's a retrieval chain. And we are passing the model. Again, we have our OpenAI model here. And then on this model, what we are also saying is use our vector store as the retriever. So what it is going to do is, so up until now, if you look at this example, we never said anything from where should the model get the information from. So it's actually going to OpenAI's servers and then getting you the response back. But we don't know how the outcome is being generated, right? And or rather, what is the source of that outcome? But in this case, what we are doing is we are telling the model, don't go to the internet, rather use our vector store. So which means that you are actually talking to your own data. You are not going beyond your personal computer. Of course, you are actually taking help of OpenAI to create the embeddings and all that stuff. But the outcome is purely based on the information that you're feeding. It's not coming from internet. So let's see how this works. So here we had 3 queries. The first query was basically like, what is the paper about? Right? Then what is attention? Attention and self-attention are 2 key concepts which actually are fundamental building blocks of this transformer architecture. So here we can see it actually gives you the exact information that you're looking for. This kind of summarizes that the paper is about a transformer, a sequence transcription model built entirely on attention, which can be used for machine translation tasks. Now, the second question that we asked was, what is attention? Again, it comes up with some definition. Again, the key thing here is it is actually giving you this definition from the information that you're feeding it. And it is also translating that information in a simple and lucid format so that as a human being, you can understand it. Then the third question that I asked was, who are the authors of the papers? So if we look at this, and if we actually go to the paper, we can actually see it's the same set of authors. Yeah, Ashish, Noam, Nikki, whosoever have contributed to this paper, right? All these authors get credit from here. So moving on. So one of the use cases of generative AI is it can actually analyze your data. When I say data, data could be in a tabular format as well. So far we have seen data from books. Now let's see what if we were to ask it to execute a SQL thing. So here what we have is, again, we have a data source. This data source is a Postgres database running on my Docker container. And there are a couple of tables. I'll just show them. So here we have two tables. So the first table had like around 10 students. And the second table had around 30 records. And each of the record indicates the marks of a given student in a given subject. Now, let's say if we want to find the students with the highest marks, right? This is the query that you will typically write. Now, if we execute this, it is going to give you the students in the order of their total marks. Now, let's say if we want to ask this LLM to get us that thing, to get us the list of students, let's say 3 best students and their names along with highest marks. Let's see if it can actually do. But before that, what we are trying to do is we are trying to create a data source, and then we are establishing that it is a database, and in the database look up only these two tables. We are actually giving a hint to the LLM saying that don't look at the entire database, rather focus on these two tables. Then we have a SQL toolkit. Again, tools and toolkits are very much important tools that LangChain provides. So one such a toolkit is SQL toolkit. So here we are passing the database instance. Then again, we are creating a new model. Nothing changes here. Here we are importing a function called create SQL agent from one of the agents in LangChain. So what it does is it kind of establishes the JDBC connection and then opens you a channel for you to go and query the database. Then you give an input. So here the input is in the form of text. What I'm asking is I'm asking the LLM to give me the list of 3 best students and their names along with the highest marks. And this is for the output part. Let's see. Now here, if we see, it is generating a lot of text, lot of prompts, right? But we haven't given those prompts. The reason why it is generating those prompts is because we said execute the model with the verbosity as true. So when we enable this, it is going to generate a lot of logs, which would actually help you to digest and understand how this particular program is being executed. Now here we see if at the end, we get the output, the top 3 students. But before that, we also see that I now know the final answer. The final answer is this. But if we go further up and see, it actually had a conversation. It was like a conversation between a human being and a computer, and then they are trying to discuss what needs to be done as the next step. So that is where the actions and toolkits come into picture. So toolkits provide an abstraction on top of a specific task that it is designed to do. And action is something that can decide what is the next set of tasks that it has to perform. So let's change the query now. Let's just say, give the list of students, right, and their names. And their names. And let me turn it off. So again, it takes a lot of time because whatever outcome that we saw right earlier, it was actually conversing and then finding the best query to execute. Here, it actually executed a SQL query and it got the output. Now, if we query the database by ourselves to get the distinct names, we should see the same output. Yeah, Lucy, Amy, Jane, so on and so forth. If we see the outcome, it's almost similar, but not necessarily in the order. Now, let's say if we want to sort them in the alphabetical order. Let's see it works or not. Sort them in alphabetical. And we execute the program. Now, one thing to note is whatever inputs that we are feeding to the LLMs is, they are known as prompts, and the process of doing this is known as prompt design. So the more you play around with it, the better you get at it. And also the outcome of the LLM also depends on the training data it actually was trained on. Now, if we see this, it actually gave us in the correct sequence, because A comes before E and E comes before J. So this is another example where we can actually use generative AI, and LangChain in this case is actually helping us to build something on top of a database as well. Now, lastly, what I want to show is I want to show a small demo. It's a video clipping that we just recorded from one of the apps that we are building using LangChain. So before that, I want to show you what was the problem. So here, what we see is we see the medications of a patient. So it's in a very cumbersome format, right? Like if somebody needs to read this, it's very difficult for them to read this and understand what are the medicines. So here you can see something known as acetaminophen 325 mg oral tablet. So that is something that we know it's a medicine. Then here we have a couple more names, but for someone who doesn't understand this terminology, it's very difficult. Now let's just assume that this particular information is thrown at a patient, right? How would he understand? It's very, very difficult, right? Practically, it's not possible for someone who doesn't have medical knowledge to comprehend this information. So if we go back to the clipping, and let me play this now. Who is the doctor that prescribed my medicines? When should I take my medicines? Yeah. So what you just saw was a solution that we are trying to build right now. It's a prototype, and the data you see, it could be healthcare, but it's synthetic data. So don't worry about sensitiveness and all. It's all fake data and synthetic data. But the goal of the video was to show the power of LLM again. We were using LangChain there. We were getting the information from a fire server, which actually contains the patient information. And then we were trying to apply the prompt designs and prompt engineering concepts to get the best out of it for the patient to be able to understand his or her own data. So I think with that, we are almost at the end of it. Yeah, the code for this demo can be found at this URL. It's on GitHub. You can pick it up right now. And my name is Hanuma. I work as a solutions architect at EPAM. And thank you everyone for joining for this session.
Thank you so much, Hanuma. It was an amazing session. I think AI has currently taken the whole world for a spin, and everybody is currently interested in AI. Thank you so
Yes.
much once again for the session. And we are now going to move to our next session. So our next speaker is Josh, and I am excited to have him on board. Hi, Josh. How are you?
Hey, I'm great. How you doing?
I am doing amazing. Just had an amazing talk before
Yeah.
this, and the lights behind your screen look amazing. That's a really cute setup. And
Thanks.
I think the stage is all set up for you, and you can get started with your talk.
Awesome. Well, yes, that was so cool. The little demo with the speaking that made me happy. But hi, everyone. Thank you for being here. I'm super excited to talk to you about interviewing developers with accuracy and precision. This is something I personally really care about and want to make better in the world. So let's dig in. Interviews can suck. I think most, if not all of us, have experienced a bad interview, perhaps a majority of bad interviews in our life. And there are a lot of very annoying reasons why a lot of interviews we've experienced as people can suck. The biggest one, the most meme-worthy, is that so many interviews ask these ridiculous questions that have almost nothing to do with the role that they're interviewing for. I remember interviewing for a front-end developer position at a well-known company that I would feel bad naming, and they asked me to reverse a singly linked list. This is like the quintessential, I have never seen someone do this in real life. I don't know why you would ask me to do this. It's silly. And there are just so many weird things companies do to interview that don't accurately interview for what the role is for. They ask us to do these high pressure environments. They tell us that we can't Google, that we shouldn't ask for help, or they don't make it clear whether we can. And I have to ask, why is this the way the world is? Why are they doing this to us? It's not good for us because for us, the experience is bad. And it's not good for them because these weird interview questions that ask these unrelated topics and don't do a good job of assessing the actual skills, competencies, abilities we want for the role we're interviewing for don't help the company assess us in a good way. It's not useful for them. But we can make them better. I used to think all interviews were bad and there was no way to do it well. And then I interviewed at some companies that did a good job of it. So I'm going to tell you today at this beautiful 8:21 a.m. in my time meeting that there are ways we can make this better. And I want to show you them. And I want to start with some context setting of the two primary goals, the two metrics that I want to improve your interviews with: accuracy and precision. Because fun fact, there is a difference. Much like how there is a difference in terminology between a parameter and an argument for functions, there is a difference between accuracy and precision, even though no one ever remembers it, and it's totally fine if you forget which one is which or that there's a difference. That is okay. Accuracy refers to how close a measurement is to the true or accepted value. Meaning accuracy is how close to the center of the target are you getting. Whereas precision refers to how close measurements of the same item are to each other. Meaning if you were to go for the target multiple times, would you roughly hit the same quality of results each time? Thank you to the University of Hawaii's website. I posted my slides on Twitter. I will post them on Slack, and there are little attributions and sources in the slide annotations for each quote or image that's external. So let's apply this to interviews. Accuracy in interviews. How do we check only for what we care about? How do we assess candidates based on the things that are actually relevant, the inner parts of the target, if you're an archery aficionado? What are the duties of the job? What are the things, the skills, the competencies this candidate would actually want to do on a day-to-day, week-to-week basis? How can we simulate situations requiring those job duties? And how do we remove irrelevant things from the grading? We care, yes, they are able to problem solve, but we maybe don't care that they remember the particular data structures and algorithms that are not associated with the job. That's accuracy, checking for what we care about. And then we should also think about precision. How do we stabilize those interview results? What are the interviewers actually grading candidates on? If you have two interviewers and they grade on wildly different things, they might be accurate, but they could very well be imprecise, that a candidate could excellently pass one and horribly fail the other. And what do we actually qualify as pass or fail? What are the rubrics that we're grading them on? And then lastly, what are the biases that interviewers are impacted by? What are the unconscious and conscious biases? The most common bias that I've seen and unfortunately experienced is bias on degrees, whether you have a proper 4-year computer science degree instead of being, say, a bootcamp grad or a different type of degree or self-taught. So I want to go in through this process and go over these accuracy and precision things, topics, areas of fault, and see how we can make them better. Let's dive in. First off, we should go over the questions, the correctly assessing candidate fit questions. How do we make sure that we're asking the right things? And I'm going to reiterate this. Please stop asking questions that are unrelated to the role. If you are asking a front-end developer to design a database schema, that is only relevant if they ever interact with databases in their role. This makes me so angry seeing silly questions. And you might be thinking, but Josh, they assess problem solving. Given a difficult problem, it doesn't matter if that problem is a data structure, algorithm, front-end challenge, back-end challenge. Shouldn't it be assessing their ability to problem solve, work with the interviewer, assess unclear inputs? You are right, they should. But if you wanted to assess problem solving, you should do it with things that are relevant to the role. So instead of asking graph search and binary search trees, unless the candidate will actually be interacting with those things, try to make it stuff that's relevant to the role. Since this is a JavaScript conference, consider perhaps for all levels, how do you explain data flow in your chosen UI or state framework? Whether it's front-end stuff like React, Next.js, Remix, and so on, or back-end stuff like Express, Mongoose, and so on. How can the candidate explain the fundamentals of how that stuff is set up? How do they, say, debug a crash? Just from the high level, what sort of tools are they familiar with? Do they know how to console log debug, maybe using the browser or Node dev tools? Can they set up a performance profiling if they're a more senior candidate for a performance role? And then some practical things. Go ahead and implement this design, mockup, spec, and so on. I'll cover this later in the presentation, but things that are more pairing based instead of just asking them to sit there and write code on pen or paper or coding. And then for the really high level abstract stuff, how can you work with them to design the architecture of something? This is one of the favorite interviews that I've done. This was at Codecademy, where they had me hang out for a couple minutes with the interviewer just to establish personal rapport, get to know each other a little bit. And then we worked together on designing a front end that had a certain set of requirements and needed to use a certain set of user inputs to satisfy the outputs. That's great. Instead of some random unrelated thing, I was actually exercising the day-to-day skills that I needed for the job, and I was establishing rapport on a professional note with the interviewer. Great. So I want to dig in here a little bit too on these pair interviews, because I know they can be scary, hanging out with a person, talking with them, but nothing beats actually interacting with a human to get to know them. And there are many different ways you can interview someone interactively. A few that I'm going to suggest operate on a scale of hands-on interviewing to theoretical interviewing. The most common hands-on pair interview that you might face is the implementation one, where you sit down with them or, remotely Zoom, etc., and ask them to implement something with you. Two more or less common ones are debugging, where you give them a pre-made thing that already exists and ask them to work with you to fix some bugs. And then the most high-level, teaching. Simulate that you are a junior dev, a mentee, even a senior dev who just doesn't know an area, and then you're asking them for help in a thing. Can they effectively communicate to you this thing that you're trying to teach them? So let's go through these in order. Implementation pairings. We've probably, if you've gotten more than a dozen interviews under your belt, you've probably done at least one or two of these. Ask them to build a provided specification. Now, the wrong way to do this is to just give them a piece of paper or a Google Doc with the spec and just come back in 30 minutes. That's not great. You want to be interactive. You want to work with them, make sure they understand what the specification entails, be clear on what is realistic. If you give them a 13-page doc, you should probably let them know, hey, we're not expecting you to build the entire documentation. And then, of course, let them use you and the internet as resources. And be clear and explicit about this. No one can ever remember, oh, what is it? How does reduce work? Is it .map or .mapped or whatever? Especially when you're in this high-pressure interview environment. It's very difficult to remember all these little things that on your day-to-day you would just Google or this year ChatGPT to figure out. And I highly recommend, if someone is interviewing with you, provide positive encouragement regularly. I don't like it when people are sitting there and getting the interview done and slowly getting more and more flustered because the interviewer isn't letting them know what they're doing is right and just pointing out flaws. It's a very emotionally upsetting thing. And as an interviewee, it can be nerve-wracking to not know when you do well. So as an interviewer, be sure to let people know, yes, you're doing great. This is good. For the debugging pairings, very similar, but instead of giving them a spec and a set of time and perhaps constraints to build the spec, give them something small, something reasonable to read through and understand, and ask them to fix some bugs in it. Because let's be honest, how often do you fix bugs versus write new features? I'm guessing the fix bugs is a pretty significant part of your role. And yet most interview loops don't assess candidates for the ability to fix bugs. Weird. So very similar to before, be clear on what is realistic to complete. If there are 500 bugs in this 30-file app, you're probably going to be spending a lot of time reading and not as much time fixing them and not as many bugs fixed. Let them use you and the internet as resources, especially since most bugs I've experienced involve some sort of weird, I have to look at the docs situation. And again, provide positive encouragement regularly. Every time they fix a bug, you should note, hey, that's great, you did good. Lastly, teaching pairings. This is another thing that I picked up at Codecademy. Ask them to explain a concept to you. Now, I will note, teaching is another level of stress on top of interviewing. So you want to be very careful with the way you approach this. Don't just sit there, say, I don't know, tell me, and then have them go. Warm them up, ramp them into it. Simulate what it's like for them to be approached very friendly, like by a coworker. So tell them, hey, this is a low stress interview. We just want to evaluate your ability to teach me. I'll give you a couple minutes to prepare. You can use whatever resources you want, but let's just say that I'm whatever, a peer of yours, same level, same experience level, roughly. I'm curious on this particular thing. How would you talk with me about it? And again, provide positive encouragement. Now, when I say provide positive encouragement regularly, I don't mean like awkwardly just saying, good, you good kid, good. I mean, be authentic in it. You know, let them feel like you appreciate them. And the key thing here that I want to hone in on for positive encouragement is you want to grade people on core competencies, what you want, what you really, really want. And whenever they do well on these competencies, that's something that I would recommend letting them know and also keeping in mind for the interview results. Because as I said earlier, we want to be precise in our interviews and accurate. We want to have a core set of things where we know we're grading on, and we want to accurately get to the root of those things. So when you're planning out and then executing and then evaluating your interviews, you should know, what are the specific competencies this interview is looking for? What are the things that we care about in our roles that we want our candidates to be able to demonstrate? And there is a cool little web app that we developed, a great former coworker of mine named Kip, the Competencies Explorer, aka Engineering Competencies. I'm not going to go through the whole app here, but it's open source. They actually saw them updating it earlier this year. So highly recommend checking it out and building something like this. It's a nice little visualizer that lets you see what the engineering competencies are for each role at each level. Kind of a grid view of the columns are the competencies and the rows are the levels. So Codecademy has 4 competencies that I really appreciated when I was there. Software engineering design. For example, you write efficient and readable code. Execution results, you can break tasks down. Collaboration, communication, and then also community and citizenship. And I'm going to go through each of these in order because I think those are really good example starting candidates for the competencies you might want to consider having. So these are a suggested set of competencies that I would advise you consider. You do you, every company is different, every team is different, but I really like these because I think they're a good spectrum of what we should really interview candidates for and what we should expect our developer employees to try to be good at. Software, execution, collaboration, citizenship, in reverse alphabetical order, I think. Software competency This is their core software development and design. And I think it is hilarious that this is 1/4 of the total competencies. The actual amount of coding you do in a day-to-day job may or may not be less than half of your actual job. How well do they know their framework and language? If you're a team that uses GraphQL, Express, Apollo, maybe they don't need to know all 3 of those coming in because those are specific tools. But if it's on their resume and they've been doing those things for 3 years, they should probably at least understand the fundamentals of them. And at the very least, they should know the language that they've been working with for the last few years or have learned recently in a bootcamp or degree. So ask them, what are strings like in my language? What does the array reduce look like? If you want to look it up, that's totally fine. Array reduce, I personally think, is not a very good interview question for most people. But if they bring up using it on their own, it might be a nice thing to quiz them on. Array reduce is just one of those difficult, tricky things. But anyway, do they write spaghetti code or clean patterns? Or both, or neither? If someone is doing a pair interview with you and they just keep writing code that has like 4 loops where 1 would suffice, that might be a red flag. Not so good. And then also, it can be very difficult to assess long-term health quality of a code base when that code base is written over the course of 30 minutes live. But are they writing things that will probably have bugs? Are they writing React components that take in way too many props? Are they writing SQL queries and having some sort of weird select star from that could be easily query injected with security issues? Things that are specific to you or just general to your language. These are the core software competencies that I would expect to evaluate in interviewees. That's 1/4. Another 1/4 is execution. The starting to get into soft skills, some would call it side. Their time management and prioritization. Now, this is hard to evaluate also in an interview because it's a high pressure environment, it's timed, but generally, can they split the large problems that you give them into discrete chunks? If you were to ask them to write a feature at work, would they be able to split out tasks? Would they be able to even effectively designate other tasks for other people? Can they prioritize important work first? I remember almost bombing an interview because I spent like 10 minutes out of 30 just fiddling with CSS Flex because I didn't really remember how to do it at the time. That was not good. And can they identify and clarify unclear environments or requirements? Can they talk with you saying, hey, you've given me the spec, there's a kind of ambiguity here. Tell me about it. Which kind of borders and blends in with collaboration. Can they communicate effectively with you? Can they communicate their intent? Do they walk you through the code that they're doing? Or if they're not that type of person, that's fine. If you ask them, can they tell you what's going on? If you give them feedback, can they receive it and adapt to it? One of the biggest things that I have failed candidates on when I've interviewed is I tell them, hey, I think you're causing a bug. I suspect this pattern might need to be replaced. And they go, okay, and then do nothing with that feedback, thereby causing a bug. To me, that's a big issue, not just because they've done something suboptimal, but more importantly, because I gave them feedback, which I intended to be helpful, and they didn't work with me on that. Whether or not the feedback was correct, the idea that someone talks to you and you just ignore it is not great to me. And then similar to the clarification of inputs and outputs for problems, do they ask thoughtful questions? If you give them a design and want them to implement the design, can they understand why the design is the way it is? Can they collaborate with you to understand the backend context? Lastly, and this one may be difficult to evaluate for in pure technical interviews, citizenship. Can they community build and culture build around them? Can they give constructive feedback kindly? In a teaching interview, are they getting more and more frustrated with you as you fail to understand the thing they're teaching? Can they effectively teach? Can they mentor? Can they pair with, especially checking for more junior people to make sure that they can build up those other folks? If this is a junior person, can they be taught? And again, this might be hard to flag for in many interview types. Can they learn and apply industry best practices? If you tell them, I would like you to use a design system, which is a set of shared components, and then they re-implement 4 different variations of the button components, that might not be great. So we've got, and I'll just go through these real quick again, 4 suggested competencies: software, which is the core SDND; execution, time management and prioritization; collaboration, ability to input and output; and citizenship, community building and culture building, with the note that this may be difficult to flag for. But oh yeah, it's all coming together. We've got our great competencies. You may start with this, you might change it over time. I suggest you think deeply on them. Let's get to rubrics. I learned this quote last night. Love this quote. "The precision of naming takes away the uniqueness of seeing." Ironically, this is I think a post-impressionist artist, an artist who did more vague artistry with the intention of making everyone's perspective unique, which is the opposite of what we want in interviews. We want unique perspectives coming together for an accurate and precise result, where we precisely name what we want and then can precisely screen for it. So now that you've got your competencies, I want you to define the interview-specific rubrics for each of them. So based on those competencies, which, if any or all those competencies, does each type of interview you give flag for? And then what is the grade or the gradient of grading of quality for candidate assessment based on that competency or each of those competencies? For example, let's say that you're doing a pairing interview, which is in large part going to evaluate software competency. A 3 out of 3 might be that they can fully describe, let's say, the React unidirectional data flow and are able to describe passing your parent state to your children. Great, wonderful. Maybe a 2 out of 3, which is like an okay, this is fine, is that they like mostly understand those two things. They can do it maybe with help. And then a 1 out of 3, which is a likely fail or maybe C if they were just nervous or something. Difficulties, struggles, words like that. And this may be a rather laborious procedure compared to what you're used to for interviews, if you're used to just going into that room and winging it. But it's really good and important to have a really well-defined set of competencies for each role, for each interview, for each core competency. Because you want to, again, be able to be both accurate and precise here. You want to be able to apply this rubric agreed upon with all your interviews to each interview so that the interviewers know what they're grading candidates on. So you want to define rough criteria for passing based on these, whether it's a bunch of 2s, all 3s, whatever your team's looking for, and treat those as starting suggestions rather than algorithm. I say treat them as starting suggestions, not an algorithm, because every candidate is different, and I don't like it when people just sum up numbers to figure out whether to pass, fail. You should discuss over a long meeting or short meeting if it's obvious with the other interviewers whether the candidate did well. It's up to you how to define those processes. Every team is different. But the last thing that I want to talk about is diversity, because it's important. Diversity is really important, and I think a lot of companies still fail to understand how incredibly important diversity, equity, and inclusion, or DEI, is for building strong, good, morally correct teams in this day and age. Now, I'm not an expert here. Anyone tuning in from the United States may notice a particular aspect of me. If you're not being intentional about DEI, you're probably screwing it up. Every culture has its own set of issues. Around me, it's that I look like a lot of the people in the industry. That's not a fault in mine. That's just something to consider. And in the States, we have problems with a lot of teams being just completely comprised of people who look like me. And the general problem is teams comprised of people who look like each other and provide very similar lived experiences, which is a term referring to the things you have built your experiences on. Now, I'm not going to tell you how to improve diversity in your teams overall. That's not something I can go over in this amount of time, nor am I particularly expert in that. But I will say for specifically your interviews, it's important to have a diversity of perspectives. Those lived experiences, understanding what it's like to, say, go through a boot camp versus a college degree, or what it's like to be an underrepresented gender expression. Those provide a different experience, a different perspective for your interviews. And it's important to have a diversity of those if possible, because it gives you a better understanding, more holistic view of your candidates. So instead of, if say you have a team comprised of a bunch of different people, assigning all the same type of person, whatever that type is, to the interview. Try to vary it up a little bit. Just using gender as an example, try to have at least one not a dude in your loop. Our industry tends to have a lot of dudes, not as many not dudes. But I will also warn you to exercise caution. One thing I've seen teams try to do is get the one woman on their team in all the interviews because they want the woman's perspective in all interviews. And the core of that is a good intent, but the result may be that you're overloading the one woman on your team with interviews, and that might be, restricting her career growth, overloading her time perspective, burning her out. So exercise caution here. And another little tip I have for this is shadow interviewing. A lot of teams have expressed to me that they want to have more diversity, but their senior area, for example, is all white dudes, and then everyone else is more junior. So if that problem affects you, or just in general, you don't have enough interviews, have a trainee or trainer present in all the interviews. Have a person leading and a shadow is what we call them. This trains up the more junior, or just in general, everyone on your team to interview well. And it increases the diversity of viewpoints for each screen. In essence, you can almost kind of double the number of viewpoints in each interview screen. Now, this can present oddly to candidates when there's this silent, brooding figure in the back of the room. So be sure to let them know ahead of time. Just ask them, hey, we're doing a training thing. Is it all right with you if someone hangs out? They're more judging the interviewer than you, is the cute little fun phrase I like to use. But this is great. It's great for improving diversity of perspective, and it's great for training up more people on your team. One last thing, anti-bias training. I cannot recommend anti-bias training enough. It is truly one of the greatest things that you can do to improve the quality of your interviews. Let me express to you some of the biases that I have seen in people around me. These are real biases, of course, anonymized. I've seen people express that they don't think someone without a college degree can code. This and all the other biases are wrong. I've seen people express that women are more junior. Yes, these are like professionals who have expressed these things to me. I've heard people say that they think that people with a college degree can't code because they only know theory. I've seen people say that Black people can't code. I've heard people say Indians, Americans, specifically Chinese, Asians in general. I've heard all sorts of crap. And I've also heard people express those accidentally without realizing it. Phrases like, they're from a boot camp. I worry about their ability to code. This is for a staff software engineer candidate. Anti-bias training will help you understand the explicit and implicit and unconscious biases in you, things that are warping your perspective of your candidates without you realizing it, or even with you realizing it in an improper way. Can't recommend it enough. I unfortunately am not an anti-bias trainer, so I can't go into detail, but I'd highly recommend find someone who is. Anyway, that's all the content I have for you. Let's recap, and then I will tell you about a little bit about me. We first went over definitions. Accuracy is your ability to hit a good result. Precision is your ability to keep hitting the same quality result consistently. We went over the questions you might want to ask. Things like implement this with me or teach me something, not reverse a singly linked list. We went over pairing in interviews, why that's really useful, and a few types of pairings you can do. We went over the core competencies for a role, why you might want to define them for interviews, and then also how to judge based on them. Specifically, we talked about rubrics for judging. And then we also talked about diversity, why DEI is important, and if you're not being intentional, you're probably messing it up. Anyway, on an unrelated note, hello, I'm Josh. I'm an open source maintainer. I built up the experiences that informed this talk from a career starting at starting at Microsoft and ending at Codecademy for full-time roles. But these days, I'm a full-time open source maintainer. I wrote the Learning TypeScript O'Reilly book, and I'm also a Microsoft MVP for developer technologies. If you want to reach out to me, I'm Joshua K. Goldberg on GitHub, Fastodon, Blue Sky, my personal website.com, and I'm on the JS in Slack. So thank you very much. Really appreciate your time. Have a great day. Bye.
That was an amazing talk, Josh. I absolutely loved all the points that you shared about specifically diversity. It is an incredibly important point today. And yeah,
Thanks.
I think with this, we have come to an end of the talks specifically. And I hope the listeners have been enjoying all the talks until now. We will now be heading towards the panel session. But before we go ahead to the panel session, there is a quick reminder for all our listeners to make sure that they have bought a ticket to the Jsconf India from the official website, and also they're checking on the Twitter for the giveaway that's going to happen regarding the Jsconf tickets. And yes, with this, I will move it over to the panel discussion.
What if digital could help your organization change the world for the better? Better technologies, better experiences, better tomorrows. We're Publicis Sapient, a global digital business transformation partner, helping organizations improve lives through digital, elevating experiences, optimizing data, and reinventing products, all to create a better tomorrow for who matters most. Everyone. Publicis Sapient.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to our panel discussion on web performance. My name is Nitin and I'll be the moderator for today's session. We have gathered a distinguished group of experts in the field to share their insights and experiences. Before we dive into the discussion, let me briefly introduce myself. I am Nitin, a front-end engineer at Razorpay. I am also part of the Webpack core team, which is a popular open source tool used to build, optimize, and ship front-end applications to production. I'm thrilled to be moderating this panel and exploring the nuances of web performance with our esteemed experts. Now I'll hand over the floor to our panelists to introduce themselves. Let's begin with you, Santosh.
Hey everyone, can you hear me, Nitin?
Yes, we can hear you.
Hey everyone, hi. Nice to see you. My name is Santosh. I'm right now. I'm in Kosovo. Sorry, I was just sleeping. I just had a big week. I'm here for some travel work. Yeah. I work for Celonis, a company based in Germany, and I'm a Google developer expert for Angular, a GitHub star, an ex-champion, and I mostly work around on like an XDev tool and mostly use Angular at work. So yeah, that's it about me.
Thank you, Santosh. Akansha?
Yeah, should I
Hey,
add anything else or it's a
sorry, I think there is some disconnectivity. Should I go now?
Yes, you can go.
Yeah. Okay. Hello, everyone. First of all, I'm super excited to be here. I'm Akansha. I work with the Excalibur core team. I am a FOSS enthusiast and I also organize these FOSS meetups in Bangalore. So yeah, really looking forward to this panel discussion. Thank you again for having me.
Yeah, thank you for joining us. Vilva, you can go next.
Hey, hi, I'm Vilva, and it's good to see so many familiar faces. I work as a developer experience engineer in Omeo. It's a startup in Germany. It's a travel startup, and I work mostly on the developer tooling, platform engineering, and all the related stuff. And I do some open source and all these things. And good to see everybody.
Yeah, good to see you too. Saurabh Davare, can you go next?
Yeah, I am Saurabh. I work at Razorpay. I and Nathan, we work in the same team. And apart from that, I'll be working on like random side projects in GitHub. And yeah, happy to be here.
Yeah, glad to have you here. Saurabh Verma, you can go
Yeah,
next.
I'm the other sort of the group. I work with Tata 1MG. I used to do a lot of performance, growth performance for them, and right now I'm looking after multiple aspects of what the team does in the day-to-day, life cycle.
Yeah, thanks. Hanuma?
Hey everyone, can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can hear
Yeah.
you.
So yeah, I'm Hanma. I work as an architect at EPAM. So I kind of specialize in building JavaScript-based apps, and then I'm focusing on technologies like micro frontends, microservices, and also performance engineering. Looking forward to have a good conversation.
Glad to have you here. Manish?
Hello everyone, I'm Manish Shekhawat. I'm working as Director of Technology, Publicis Sapient, primarily specializing in experience engineering, currently taking care of digital business transformation for North American client, building e-commerce web and app for them in React ecosystem. Um, my interest areas are open source and NFRs like performance, security, accessibility, SEO, and open source as well. So glad to be here.
Glad to have you here. Thank you all for introducing yourselves and sharing your expertise. Now let's delve into our discussion on web performance. Let's start with the fundamental question: why is web performance important, and what are some common performance bottlenecks that websites often encounters? Akansha, we would love to hear your thoughts on this.
So I think first things which comes to my mind is user experience. I think we all care about user experience the most. So web performance does impact user experience. Like if your page is not is loading slowly, or your site is slow, or it's not showing up, or let's say even if it is slow, it's taking some time to load the perceived user experience. Let's say if you're not showing any spinner, or user doesn't know that what's going on, they will just leave your site, which actually increases the bounce rate on your site as well. So I think that is the first thing which comes to my mind. Other than that, I think it would affect your SEO ranking as well, because if your site is slow, the SEO would get impacted as well. And one thing I would like to add is, since we all are like very much used to mobile, and mobile experience also gets impacted because they have like kind of slow networks. So if your web performance, if your site is not really performant, it would get slow, it would not be really responsive on mobile, and that would be a bad user experience, again affecting your overall site, your users and everything. So yeah, I think I would now wait for everyone else to add on their thoughts to it.
Yeah. Anyone else who wants to add their
Just
thoughts?
to add to what Akanksha mentioned, the bounce rate and conversion, right, is very critical for businesses. And a slow performing application would also believe the credibility of the application, right? If I'm not, the application is not able to do that kind of user engagement, and then bounce rate would be very high. So that is one of the aspect of or importance of web performance in general, along with what Akanksha mentioned.
Hmm. Yeah.
I mean, just to add
Anyone?
on,
Yeah.
right? So let's say you are building an app and then your app is slow, right? Because we have a lot of countries where the connection speed is quite slow. So when you are building something which is at a global scale, right? Typically, whenever we build apps, we try to ship everything to every corner of the world, right? Now your app should be accessible for everyone. Now if you are building your app in such a way that it's working in few zones, it's not working in few zones, you might not be able to convey the message that you want to convey to the users. Maybe you are doing something in the back end, but you're not sending that message across. So what they do is the users will actually lose interest in your app. So that kind of even hits the brand reputation and the trustworthiness. So your solution, it could be super awesome in few zones, but if you don't focus on performance overall, not just limited to areas where you have high performance internet, but you should also consider areas where the connectivity is quite slow, and then try to see how best you can improve and engage your users so that you, whatever message that you want to convey, it could be a blog post, or it could be a transactional website, or it could be something that deals with finances, right? Everything goes through smoothly for everyone in the world.
Yeah. Thanks for the insights. Anyone else who would like to add some more thoughts?
Yeah, so I think most of the things are covered, but it's also important for us to figure out what the demographic is, the specific demographic that we're targeting, and what kind of devices are we going to be using. And tuning your website for those people is going to be the most rewarding, I'd say. And what web performance, apart from not being unresponsive, provides you is headroom, so that today maybe you could ship X amount of features without making your app unresponsive. But if you've got significant headroom, you can play around with richer interactions, and that could actually engage users a lot more on the platform, bring some delight into the picture. Some of these things which are not easily measurable through metrics, uh, but that gives you some room to play around.
Yeah.
I mean, I think everybody covered everything with this topic, nothing else. But one thing majorly I would like to convey is know your audience. I mean, though you work everything on your performance and things, probably if you have solid metrics on who are using your app, what devices primarily is being used, what browser is being used, that's gonna help you more in solving these bottlenecks rather than actually going and fixing things for all the general audience, because this will save time, developer time. This will make your app profitable. And because, say for example, if I'm doing something like Ola or Uber, which is operating only in very big cities with proper internet connectivity, then probably it doesn't make sense for me to have a mobile version of it like m.facebook.com, which used to be there in the past, or the slow version of Gmail which we had in the past. It's not something like that is not necessary for us, because at least in near future I'm not going to operate in anywhere in the mountains of Himalayas or somewhere. So know your audience and know your target people is very important when it comes to performance.
Yeah,
I,
that's right.
yeah,
Yeah,
I think,
Hanuman.
yeah, to understand that, I think having the right set of telemetry and understanding the metrics is very crucial. So there should be emphasis on the right set of tools. It could be a library, it could be a tool, whatever it is. Right? There should be telemetry. Unless the telemetry is set up, it's very difficult for us to get those insights.
Right. Thank you everyone for highlighting the significance of web performance and identifying common bottlenecks. Now let's explore the impact of web performance metrics on user experience. Santosh, could you share your insights on how web performance metrics such as page load time, time to interactive, first contentful paint affect user experiences and how these can be optimized? Furthermore, we would like to hear your thoughts on the impact of CDN on web performance.
Okay, first let's talk about the delay, right? Of course, nowadays I think people have lost patience. So at least I am. If I like your website is going to take more than 2-3 seconds, of course I'm not coming back, right? The users will always complain that this is taking a lot of time to load and it has issues. It's not like old times where we used to sit one day just to get our movies downloaded. So now it's not there. Everyone wants like your sites to be available as fast as possible. And if you don't do that, of course you will lose customers, right? It's very important for all the organization that their applications should work fast, because otherwise nowadays people have options, right? If Ola doesn't work, of course I will go to Uber, or I'll just figure out some other app. So if you don't want to lose customers, of course you have to focus on the like fast loading of your application. This is where caches, CDNs are very useful, right? CDNs can cache everything, and then they can just serve from your region, right? They can serve all the static assets from your region. For example, images. CDNs cannot do anything if you have like 3-4 MB of an image. So you should always put some effort from your side, that you should have images which is fast, or you are using some tool to compress your images, and then you are uploading it on CDN. So you have to do some part of it from your side as well. CDNs are, of course, that's one thing which you should always have, because everyone has static contents, right? There will be some images which will be available, and if you have a big application, then there are expect a lot of images to be there. And same goes to your icons, right? Many companies, of course, goes ahead and uses any other icons, for example material, but some companies have their own design guidelines, and then they end up creating their own icons. So make sure you're putting everything, like all the static images from your CDN. And we have, like, of course, at Celonis also we put a lot of things on CDN, because we have customers who are like across the world, and this is one, the latency issue is one of the concern for us as well. We have seen customers complaining about the load times, and then most of the time it's just like, of course, because of we are serving the data from Germany and they're sitting in US or in India. So yeah.
Yeah. So, like Santosh mentioned, essentially the role of CDN would be to deliver the last mile content from users' proximity, right? So, if I'm in India, which is the nearest location from where the assets or content could be delivered, right? So that the latency is reduced, and even 100 millisecond of latency could impact the TTFB, right? So, and eventually the whole user experience and all the timeline driven KPIs or the vitals would be impacted because of that, right? So the whole role of importance of CDN revolves around the same. And there are multiple factors, like you can have digital asset management along with CDN, and then you can have bot detection and features which are there with CDN that you can utilize to identify the right CDN for you. And it is not just the assets but also content, page caches, and caching strategy. Edge servers nowadays, people are coming with edge servers on CDNs, and they are providing those kind of features. Essentially, those are some of the areas where CDN plays an important role.
Yeah, I think in addition to the static assets, right, which are needed for your application could still be allowing the users to download certain files. Right? These could be templates which you want the users to fill in and then probably submit later on and all. And more often than not, these templates won't change over a period of time. You could possibly consider a CDN to deliver these files as well, rather than going to your file servers, which could be very slow. So there are like a variety of use cases that you can actually build on top of CDN, and you need to choose the right one, because if you pick up a CDN that may not be having a edge site node at your hotspot, right? Let's say your application is being used, let's say in central India, and you don't have a hotspot there, it's not worth to put that particular CDN. So it's also very important that you do your analysis and then pick the right CDN for your solution.
Yeah, I
Also,
think about yeah, go
oh, yeah,
ahead.
you go ahead. Go ahead. I'll after you.
Uh, yeah, so I think in performance, when it comes to user experience, I guess there are multiple levels to it. One is how fast your site is loading. So, like if I'm hitting a URL and it's just showing me a blank white page, I'd probably think there's something wrong with my internet, or is that site is loading or not. So to optimize that, I think one solution is that just showing the HTML as fast as possible, HTML and CSS. So you can like pre-render it any way possible, whether it's SSR, whether you just render on server, or you static site generate and do SSG, or rendering on edge, just any way where your HTML is initial screen is independent of JavaScript. I think that usually helps a lot. That will give you some space to play around with JavaScript, where you won't have to nitpick on JavaScript. Your JavaScript bundle won't impact as much to your FCP and LCP. So I think just pre-rendering helps there a lot, and CDN is again a part of that, where if we have like a static page, then it will just let you serve that pre-rendered HTML as fast as possible. But even in that, I think one interesting part was, as Vilva mentioned, know your audience in the last question. When we were trying to see CDN for the recipe.com last time, this is like from few years back, so it might not be same right now. But that time, most of our audience was in India, and the server was in India as well. So we didn't. We actually tried out CDN and the server, and the latency wasn't as different. It was almost same. So that back then, having CDN did not make sense. We did eventually move to CDN, but that was for like other issues to avoid servers and just the other server related issues. But that wasn't for the performance reason, interestingly. So yeah.
I agree with Gaurav. I think just dropping in CDN as a one-stop solution doesn't really work. Looking at how much of a benefit is actually going to get us is worth evaluating first. But yes, CDNs are interesting tools and can help us do a lot of things. Something that I would want to highlight is image CDNs, right? So all of us do a lot of image computations on either our servers, or we do it before build time, right? Because you're serving different kind of formats to different browsers. Some of them may not support it. Then you're constantly making different kinds of requests, or you're setting up a picture set, a source set that is now everyone, that is something that everyone has to maintain. And then 2x 3x images for different DPIs of devices. Your image CDN can take care of it by itself, right? So you don't really have to, the developers don't really have to think about these. And you can then also do smarter optimizations on top of it, where you can look at the viewport of where you're going to render that image, and then make alterations because they support query parameters and in the URL which they use to alter the image completely, right? So you would apply filters, watermarking, changing the aspect ratio, everything else, and then it becomes a lot more easier on you to build out the application, because so many things are flexible and can happen on the fly. I think that's also one aspect that CDNs would add here, And one point that I thought JavaScript does hamper is LCP, because what if your lazy loading library is in JavaScript? So that becomes a hindrance. And I think a lot of people who use lazy loading libraries for images, they just drop it in for all the images. So that is something that I'd highly recommend not doing, specifically for your hero images, or at least there should be an way to opt out of the lazy loading, so that you don't end up with that delay in LCP.
To add up with Saurav, yeah, a lot has been discussed about CDN, but when it actually comes to the metrics about like LCP and this time to interaction and all this stuff, there used to be times where we used to make performance gimmicks for Google or the search engine separately and for the user separately. But right now, it's not the time for it. People who are getting into performance newly, they read through old blogs and start implementing things just for Google, which is not going to work anymore, because Google is rating your site based on real statistics. It actually collects data from real users, how much time they take, and then they rank your sites. So it's very important for you to think the metrics of performance not just as metrics but as user experience. So in previously we can just load some stuff in the page for first contentful paint FCP, but then right now the user should be really doing something. He should be interacting. He should be really doing something for Google to rank you better, for your site's page load data to be better and all the stuff. So though your CDN is helpful, like everybody covered a lot of things about CDN, though CDN can be helpful in many ways, it's also important for you to structure your code, create your bundle, load your images and all the things, so your metrics are met and the right audience are served right. Also with CDNs, apart from all the benefits about performance, you can also have say for example, if you're using Cloudflare, you can have rules where you can mitigate security risk as well. Like you can have a lot of security rules. You can decide, you don't have to take all the trouble on doing the load balancing on your server and all the things. You just care about creating your front end bundle, and all the things are configured in the CDN and it takes care for you. Also, it comes with few issues. For example, CDN outrages. If Cloudflare goes down, for in today's world, almost the entire internet goes down. So those things can be tricky sometimes. However, I think compared to the benefits we get, the disadvantages are way too less for CDN. So yeah, that's me.
Yeah, one more thing is, because you brought up bundles, right? Another thing to keep in mind is source maps, because oftentimes what happens is we might commit something into production with source map generation. That could actually bring down the performance drastically. It could be working in your machine perfectly fine, but when you deploy it to your users who may not be having a powerful computer or a powerful laptop as you are, it will be very slow for them. So we even experienced it once, like it was working fine in all the computers, but in performance, in the production, the performance was not up to the mark. When we actually investigated the root cause, it was like a flag that was supposed to be turned off to not to generate source map. Eventually, the source maps were getting generated and we turned off, and then it was like taking around 3 seconds to load. It came down to 100 milliseconds. So that is also something that we need to be very cautious about.
Great insights. Anyone else who wants to add anything? Maybe. Okay, so moving forward, let's discuss the effective use of development tools for performance monitoring. Um, Saurabh Davare, could you shed some light on how developers can utilize tools like browser dev tools, Lighthouse, Web Page Test, Speed Curve, Sentry to improve performance, web performance? Furthermore, we would like to hear your thoughts on integrating web performance testing into the software development lifecycle.
Yeah, so I think when it comes to tools, first is the performance debugging tools, where right now we're talking about what are things that would help you in the increasing the performance of site, but a lot of these things might just depend on use case to use case. So it's important for you to go and debug and see what exactly is the issue with your site and what is it that is causing the performance issues with the site. So I guess one of my favorite one is definitely browser dev tools, where you can just go to DevTools and see how the network is playing the role and where exactly your render is happening, where exactly your hydration is happening, and then trying to figure out and see what is causing that. Sometimes it just might be one bundle that is just chained with another bundle that is causing the delay of hydration or delay of rendering. So one is just going and figuring out what exactly is the issue. So I think learning browser view tools was a pretty helpful thing for me. So I could just go and debug the issues. Another thing that helps with debugging is web page test. It just runs the base field insights, and it will give you like good insights on your network flow, and it will just give you pretty good insights in general on what is exactly causing the issues. Page speed insights is again something that will tell you, give you suggestions on what you can improve and what you can not. So yeah, debugging tools are one. For monitoring, I think I'm usually preferring real user metrics nowadays. They just give you like a better insight on, they take into consideration what your users are and what internet speed they're using. So it just takes the other things into consideration as well. But yeah, it might be delayed where it takes time to get a proper real user metrics after you deploy something. So in the SDLC part, like the software development lifecycle part, we kind of use the Lighthouse CI check, where on PRs you'll just get like an approximate Lighthouse score. It's not always the most accurate score. I wouldn't say like don't take these numbers as like the final numbers, but when you take the numbers of one PR and the other PR, it will give you like a good approximate on what is changing. In the libraries that we built, we've been integrating like the bundle side checks, where we just keep a little bit of track on what is the size of a JavaScript bundle in the libraries. So yeah, I think those are the things that we consider. For real user metrics, we've been using Sentry's real user metrics. So it gives you like a nice dashboards to the on the performance.
So
in
I
addition,
think,
sorry, Akanksha, go ahead.
sorry for interrupting. So I think uh, Saurav already covered about using the tools the right way. To add to the SDLC part, I think when we are designing some feature, some API, I think how we are designing it, let's say the API, or how many times you are actually requesting the server, how many times the HTTP requests are happening, or let's say are your DB queries really optimized, because that depends, the server response time will actually depend on that. And whatever things we discussed, like CDN, caching, everything, if we can consider all this on the SDLC, it will help us take care of the performance from the beginning. Also, as a part of code review, I think performance is something which should be considered, like apart from the tools which Saurav mentioned. I'm talking about the code which we are writing. What parts of the code base can be improved if we could do it, let's say, in a more optimized way, maybe using some cache, or maybe optimizing the logic, the algorithm, like how it can actually improve the overall performance. I think that also plays an important role when it comes to SDLC. And I think there are some tools out there. For example, Go Replay is one of the open source tools which actually takes your production traffic, and you can do some load testing on it and some analytics on it. So maybe that could also help in better monitoring for your website periodically. So I think, yeah, that's all I wanted to add from my side.
Yeah,
So
Manish, you can.
yeah, so I was just saying that performance debugging or monitoring is, I believe it is, there's no one right way to do it. It depends upon the use case to use case, and maybe one tool works for you, the other tool might work for somebody else, right? And it is an investigative process, right? At the end of the day, you have to find the right tool, do automation, manual interventions. Chrome dev tool provides a lot of tooling, right? Performance insight, performance tab, memory related one if you want to do memory specific ones. And then, like Saurav mentioned, you can have synthetic data and you can have real user monitoring. So then what sort of KPIs or web vitals are you capturing there, right? So maybe TBT and TTI might not be the right metrics to do at a synthetic level, okay, or maybe at the synthetic level but not at the real user level, because you don't know which percentile of your users are actually facing problem with your TBT, okay. So correct KPI at correct synthetic or version, so identify core web vitals versus the other KPIs which to be monitored with these tools. Then CI CD setup. Yes, of course, there are multiple tools nowadays. Web testers provide comprehensive reporting. Then very recently we heard about Unlighthouse, right, which crawls the site and gives you reporting from a lighthouse perspective. And if you put performance, just like we have heard about DevSecOps, where security is the integral part of DevOps process. If you can put performance as that one, I would like to call it DevPerfOps, right? That could be another good thing to introduce as part of the process. And for React people who are working on React ecosystem, at a developer level as well, we can utilize the React profiler and find out which component is rendering multiple times and why is it re-rendering. Is it adding to the performance bottlenecks of your application, right? So there are multiple tools at a manual or automation level.
Yeah, I think the React profiling bit brings us into the runtime performance domain, and that is something that not much we don't talk about it too much yet, but I think it will start becoming the talk of the topic because Google is pushing INP very hardly now, and it'll also start defining how you're getting ranks, right? Because page speed is a factor in your page rank algorithm, and INP is a core web vital. And so runtime performance is certainly something that I would want to look at going further. But it might be something that you would do after you're done with load time. And the tools that we just mentioned, I have a very simple block definition for every tool that we just spoke about. So if I want to do basic I just want to check out quickly what my page load looks like, what are my core web vitals. I'll go to PageSpeed Insight and run it and check it out. If I want to dive a little bit deeper and look at the whole picture, I would go to web page test and I'll see what my network's doing, what the waterfall looks like, how's my CPU reacting to it, how many cache misses do I have and hits do I have. It'll give you a much better idea of what's going on. If I want to go further deeper, like Manish said, if you want to dive into memory and issues there, I think there is nothing else apart from browser dev tools that can help you do it. But that can be very daunting, browser dev tools. But if you are able to get a good handle of browser dev tools, there's nothing better than it. Because I remember having raised multiple PRs in Lighthouse itself to resolve bugs, right? So just trusting a metric for what they show in their synthetic benchmark is not enough. Sometimes you might be leading the industry as well, and the benchmarks have to keep up with you. They aren't aware of the asynchronous operations that are happening on your end, and it by mistake can consider all of it as blocking, and that has actually happened to us multiple times as well. But it is important for us to actually look at rum and uh, synthetic benchmarks and not be swayed towards just one thing at once. We use Crux. I think Crux is the most general rum metric, like rum tool that you could get because it's a Chrome UX report. Uh, but I think compiling it can be a pain. If someone could maybe add a better visualizer or tool that can give people easier insights into their Crux report, I think that would be nice. I haven't found anything out of the box. We've always had to create one.
Yeah, I think to second that, right, we also need to consider the libraries or packages that we are actually pulling into our source code. Sometimes it could not be our code, but it could be a library that you're adding. That could be the bottleneck. And oftentimes it's a very good experience, and it's a good exercise if you actually understand the source code of the little libraries that you are pulling down. Maybe there is a bottleneck there which you can actually fix and probably raise a PR and then improve, and the whole industry benefits.
So to add with everything they said, one thing I wanted to add is about Lighthouse. Like Saurav said, Lighthouse can have bugs, And also, Lighthouse reports are always influenced by your local computer's performance, and also the extensions you use in your browser. So if you're purely going to rely on Lighthouse, probably when you're developing, where your website is still not available on the internet for using page test or something, Lighthouse is okay. But then don't rely on the metrics of Lighthouse very strongly, or like a Bible. And other than that, so the performance we discussed so far is about all the metrics and all the load times and all the libraries and the bundle size. There is also methodologies which will increase performances, like React window, for instance, where you don't render your entire list at once, but then you render only what the user sees. You can also make use of such ideologies or methodologies which was used in other places, in like intersection observer, which detects whether your current page is active or not. So I think this also comes under performance, which when people have to increase their performance of their website, they majorly focus on the metrics and not on these stuff. So this is also a good thought point to start with.
Hmm. Yeah. Anyone else who wants to add their thoughts? Santosh, Hanuma. Yeah. So thank you everyone for sharing valuable insights on using development tools and incorporating web performance testing. Now, as developers strive to enhance web performance, they need to ensure that these improvements don't compromise other aspects of user experience, such as design, functionality, and analytics. So, Manish, could you elaborate on how developers can strike the right balance between web performance improvements and other aspects of the user experience?
Sure. So just to be clear, every piece of code that we add, right, or any new functionality that we add, it is adding bytes to the system, right? It is actually getting shipped to the browser and it has to be processed eventually. But and in ideal scenario, for something to be very optimized from a performance point of view, we have to come up with better approaches when we are grooming our stories or features, right? How, like I think Vilva mentioned about how are we doing lazy loading, or how are we implementing the solution around it, how, like Saurav mentioned about image lazy load one in between. Are we lazy loading all the images or only the specific ones that are needed, right? How are our chunks getting loaded? How is the content getting rendered? Is it impacting the critical rendering path or not? Okay. How are we putting the animations, right? Is it on the main thread or are we putting them into GPU, right? A couple of unique features that we did in some of our accounts in the previous projects that I worked on. One is optimistic UI. Okay. So that feature is more like we are not reducing or degrading the performance of or the user experience of a person just because we are waiting for certain API to complete on certain user actions. Okay, so let's take an example. Let's say I am on an e-commerce website and I'm clicking on add to cart. Now that item to be added into cart, we have to make an API call, right? And then wait for it to complete and then show that message, okay, item has been added to the cart. Why can't we? And we know that 99.9% of the times the API will succeed, it won't fail, right? That is our SLA at the end of the day. So to make that happen, can't we be optimistic about it and say, okay, let the user click on add to cart and instantly show item has been added to the cart. Behind the scene, in case for that 0.0001% time, if it fails, then we fall back to the error message. Now your user experience is instant in that case. So that is another way of looking at optimizing the UI and user experience without, and also performant and great user experience in that case. Second is, I think one of us touched upon device detection or device tiering, right? So you have low end devices, you have mid range devices, you have high end devices, and you can cater different experiences to them. So if I have a high end device, I can show animations, I can show jazzy UI to them. Okay, but if I can detect if what sort of network connection is there, or what sort of RAM CPU the individual is using on their mobile phone or devices, if I can do that, I can maybe have an A/B test, right? I don't display animation to low end devices, I don't display certain features, for that matter I can turn off certain features for that individual, and this becomes progressive enhancement kind of thing. And we cater right user experience to right people with their devices. So that is another interesting use case, an optimal experience with performant experience.
Great insights. Anyone else wants to add their thoughts?
For me, this entire topic is more like cooking. So we start doing something and we arrive at certain point, then we taste it and we know the salt is less, and then we keep adding it. So it depends on use case to use case, and the situations we are in. So I don't see a certain path to follow here. Like Manish mentioned, optimistic UI is one of my favorite thing to do as well. Also in optimistic UIs for high end devices, of course, when if you know the API is going to take on average like 2 seconds or something, like this add to cart button can have an animation. It doesn't even have to be the plain optimistic UI, but it just can have an animation of 2 seconds or 3 seconds, which is interactive for the user, and at the same time in the background we are done with the API already. So those things can be done, and it's more related to the use cases of people, and it's progressive. We can't say we are done with this. We can't say we are perfect in this. It's just a lifelong thing to do, and it's a marathon for me.
Yeah, I'd also like to add that it's progressive for sure. It's also contextual. So we need to keep in context of what we are actually building, whether it is really needed or not, and then take a call according to that. Because in my opinion, there is no one size fits all solution here. It has to be experimentation. The more you experiment, the more you learn, and then the feedback loops continue.
Hmm.
I mean, just wanted to add. I mean, we can talk about performance as much as we want to, but let's accept the reality that not many companies or developers are actually writing for end users. We write code to just for ourselves, and even the companies, they don't care about the end users. They just want like a feature to be available, and that's it. So they're, oh, we just launched this fancy stuff. Who is using it? No idea. So that's the reality. So I think companies also should start focusing more on the end user rather than just creating something for themselves, and revisiting things, as I think Wilva also mentioned, and this is really important. You need to revisit. It's not like something which you built a year ago it still works or still work fast. It's not the reality. So most of the companies don't prioritize performance, I would say. I mean, this is reality. We have been all right. We all have been working on enterprises from many years, and this is the reality that companies don't care about performance until unless customers comes like shouting at you, this doesn't work, and then finally everyone from management to CEO, everyone comes us and says, hey, what code we are writing? I mean, this is not performance. This is not performant, and then as a developer at then you cannot do anything. You have been raising this issue from years, but no one cares about it until there's one customer who comes and says it doesn't work.
Yeah.
I think I'll just add one more point to what everyone mentioned, that when talking about impacting the design or functionality, just to keep one thing in mind, that if we are caching, let's say, or compressing the assets, what level of compression are we doing? Is it like too much? Is it like deteriorating the quality because you are giving more importance to performance? Then that it should be like a balanced side. So that is something we as developers should be aware of. And sometimes, like I have experienced this, that sometimes if we try to over cache, it it leads to like old content, like the user will be seeing some stale content, which is not at all a good experience. So it's basically having a balance between performance and like not overdoing something can turn out the other way around. So that is something to be aware of.
Over engineering doesn't work in all the scenarios, right? And also balance between quality and performance. And we have faced these kind of scenario time and again, right? And to add to what Santosh was saying, I have seen in the last decade or so, the perspective of clients and the organizations is changing. They are now coming, taking performance as one of the primary aspect, and they're coming towards. Yeah, of course, it is not that as in comparison to functional, but they actually demand performance now while development.
It's probably because a lot of e-commerce website need it, right? If you don't have performance, you're not going to rank better. If you're not going to rank better, you can't have. There's a huge drop the moment you go from rank 1 to rank 2, let alone the second page, right? And
Yeah.
Also, you
so
have competitors, right? Like
which one?
for the competitors, you have a lot of competitors towards this solution. So if you don't do that, others will do. They'll get that insight. They'll gain that customer. You
And
actually lose money.
yeah, it's a lot. And what I've seen, and I agree with Manish that things have been changing over time, because at 1MG, the culture of performance is deeply ingrained now. It wasn't there 5 years ago. But today, from product to QA, everything that goes through the pipeline, performance is something that we look at, because we've sort of set a benchmark for ourselves of where is it that we want to be. And like Hanuma and Vilva said, right, that all of these progressive enhancements and optimistic UI that we build, they are all contextual to an extent. And who builds this context? The people who are going to define that product is going to do that. So it's also important and imperative that the engineers and the product work a lot closely. The design team also works a lot closely. And if your organization allows you to do it, or if you can influence your organization to do it, there are huge strides that can be made in performance by ingraining it through all these steps. So, like for example, we made a very conscious call about doing a design study where we can look at different fonts that are available on device and render something that is closest to the font that we use for the company. Right? So we don't load our own font in the first go, and because we made that deliberate choice, we can skip the entire critical path of fonts being rendered on the page, because the website can just pull out the font on device for every OS. We picked one font, and it can just render that quickly. And the moment you do any interaction on the page or you move to the next page, it renders with the new font that has been fetched in the background. So that like cleans up your first contentful paint very quickly, and you'd want people to see it faster. And maybe sometimes the design team would not want to make a compromise on that, and that's also fine. But it's important for all of them to be in loop, for all of them to have a buy-in and understand why is it that we are doing this.
Yeah, two important things which Saurabh I think mentioned touched upon. One is very important, I believe, the inculcation of performance as a culture at organization and projects and team. If if that is there at individual team level or pod level and organization level, that can put in the dent in terms of making performance the primary driver for development or business for that matter. And second one, Saurabh, I would be very interesting to know from a font perspective. You mentioned about using different, as in the system closest font or the system fonts. Were you able to take, how are you able to take care of faut and foit, right, the flash of unstyled text and those text,
Yeah, so we went
and
with
CLS as well, sorry, just to add to it, CLS as well.
Yeah, so because we went with font display optional, right? So the browser completely bails out of attempting to re-render the font if it did not find the font in the first hit, right? So it does not have any blocking period. It does not have any swap period either, right? So the best part is that, and if it does have a blocking period, I think it's extremely small. It's like 50 ms or something. Probably the smallest that there is in from all the font display types. So optional is something that works out for us. And most of the interactions that happen on our website, again, contextual, right? So Excalidraw does not have other pages that people might move on to, and it might not be a great experience there. But for 1MG, most experiences would be either moving to search or clicking on a product, and that will take them to a next page. The moment they go to the next page, it'll render the font that it now has, which is the correct font. So the people most likely wouldn't really realize what has happened. And this only happens on the first render, right, for anyone. The moment they visit it for the first time, the font is now cached in the browser. Now every time they come back, it's going to keep using that font, and there's no difference here. So contextually, that makes a lot of sense for us.
Thanks for
I'm sure
sharing.
my design team wouldn't approve that.
Huh?
I mean, it's very hard. I worked in a place where I had to fight a lot to remove horizontal scrolling on mobile website. So they say this is beautiful as design, yes, but in terms of usability, you do a horizontal scroll, it goes to previous page. It does
Yeah.
people doesn't stay on our page. So
Yeah, I think to second that, right? Like if you are trying to search for something, within how many clicks you are able to reach the product that you want to search, right? Like let's say you type in something, and if it takes 100 clicks for you to go there, even though your website is loading in like fraction of seconds, the number of clicks is actually downgrading the usability and performance aspect of it. So we also need to be cautious about how we are building that user experience plus performance in tandem, so that we get the right solution out. Otherwise, whatever we are going to ship, it works. It is just that it is going to work. It is not going to create that wow factor in your users.
So, and Vilva, the point that you mentioned, right, that your design team probably would not allow you to, and that happens with us as well, because 1MG ships 1/3 of their app in web views, and very few people come back to us and say that your website like isn't that, or the app isn't that great. But we are running everything inside the web view, and hardly people recognize it. At that point, it's a strict order from the design team that you can't do all of that font, playing around with the font on when you're doing web views. At that moment, please load the font as quickly as possible. uh, so yeah, I think again, contextual and making sure that you're in sync with what your team wants and what is best for the user is going to help out. I would also want to touch upon quickly on the caching bit, right? I am very scared of caches, extremely scared of caches, right? uh, I'm so scared of cache that we don't cache anything. So yeah, and luckily I was very early on in this discussion, I added headroom, right? That having a good performance gives you headroom to play around with. This is something where we could leverage headroom. We said that even if we don't cache anything, we are fast enough to serve things where other people would be serving with cache. So we're like, okay, let's do it, and let's figure out cache uh, and do it properly. Let's not do it because we had to implement cache and then we keep running around in circles and trying to fix problems that come with cache. Uh, but caching is definitely scary to us. In fact, was something that we are looking forward to doing is actually caching everything when web views are loaded, because the app has a lot of memory and they can keep and persist it. And the assets for that make sense. Plus, our boot up time would be a lot faster because you're removing the network completely there. But yes, today we are still running web views without cache. But man, I don't know, if
So,
someone has really good caching strategies, I'd be happy to
so
like.
doing caching is easy, but cache invalidation is tricky, right? You have to go through that event-driven architecture of Kafka and everything coming into place with headless architecture, each system trying to communicate with each other, which cache to invalidate when. So it is tricky.
Also, I think one of the most common anti-patterns that I see is throwing in cache from the inception. Ideally, you should actually understand the amount of data that you're going to cache and the usage patterns before adding that caching layer. Sometimes what people do is they throw in cache right from get-go and then see that, okay, it is not actually giving us the return on investment. Let's say if the caching solution takes like $100, right? You might not be actually getting the uses of $100 there. You are just paying the money. You could actually survive without a cache, probably by implementing something in a in-memory store, or you could actually take help of browser cache. Like you have browser databases, right? You could actually leverage those tools as well.
Yeah, I think just going back to that part where how it plays out with design and other teams. I think in general our websites are getting more and more modern. So like the fastest website would be a body hello world, but you can't ship that to everyone. We have like different designs, and you have like more fancy things now. You scroll and something happens. Or like if your design team comes up with say a use case where they want to put a video on the hero, the first landing page, and it's a valid use case, you can like, discuss the trade-offs. But if it's a valid use case, you have to put that video there. Then you have to figure out some other way to optimize that, maybe show a thumbnail and then load the video later. But uh, you have to do that. Like that's a valid design use case. Or even when you talk about analytics, a lot of third-party analytics ends up adding a lot to our bundle, and it ends up like causing a lot of performance issues. We should obviously discuss the trade-offs and see if some analytics is used or not, and make sure that analytics are used that are the important ones. But at the end of the day, you can't just go and remove all the analytics. You still need some analytics for your application. So again, you have to like go and figure out how to solve that issue. Then you can't exactly just stop that use case. So yeah, that's anything on that.
Yeah. Thank you all for your valuable insights and contributions to today's panel discussion on web performance. We appreciate the expertise and diverse perspective shared by our esteemed panelists. We also want to express our gratitude to all the attendees who joined us today. I encourage the attendees to connect with our panelists and continue the conversation. Feel free to reach out to us with any further questions or insights you may have. Let's continue to prioritize web performance for enhanced user experience. Thank you and have a great day, everyone. Bye.
Wow, that was an amazing panel discussion. I think very rarely have I come across panel discussions which are so calm yet impactful. And today's panel discussion was one great example of this. With this panel discussion, we have now come to an end of today's virtual meetup. But this is not the end. We will all see you again on 2nd of June, when we're having the in-person Jsconf India conference. So let's hope we meet you all. And a big thank you to all the sponsors, speakers, and everyone who made this possible today. It's been a pleasure hosting today's virtual meetup, and hope to see you soon, everyone. Bye-bye.